Hello, everyone, and welcome to Lockbeard Random live stream where we talk about all kinds of subjects. What I kind of wanted to say a few things about was, for starters, tonight was this these large purchases of land by this guy. You guys know who he is. I hesitate to say his name. Some people have experienced censorship uh, from using the name, so I'm going to try not to say the name, but you guys know who he is. Um, he is involved with a lot of shady stuff. Um, people have died in other countries from his injections, and he's involved. I'll put this up right now. I'm not going to play that video, but they're talking specifically about the glyphosate issue. You should do everything in your power to eliminate that from your diet. It will be difficult. It is poison. Um, and I say that, I used to be, a certified chemical applicator for people's lawns, and I sprayed a lot of that stuff, and I wish I hadn't. As far as I know, I'm not going to have long-term. I don't know if I've had any effects. I might get cancer years from now, and it might be traced back to exposure to glyphosate, which is Roundup, which you can still buy on the shelf. It's poisoning everything. It's in the air. They're finding glyphosate in places where it's never been sprayed. So it appears that it's been dispersed widely by wind, and we should be fighting this very, very, very hard. The level of evil that the continued use of this stuff is, it cannot be said. If our government was trying to protect us from toxins, they should have taken this stuff off the market long ago, but they don't. So you got to ask why. Let me see who all's here. Got B. Lynn, welcome. I hope so. We got Mark Dodman, welcome. We got Brandy. I come up with a nickname for him. I've heard some people calling him Gil Bates. I don't know. They might have that punched into the algorithm too, though. We got Tom Paul. Welcome. Let's see if we got anybody else come in I can acknowledge. No, actually we shouldn't. And that saying, I still, occasionally still, I'm not perfect, but I'm working on it. Eventually I want to get to where, I have some farmland somewhere far from people, and I won't even grow crops because, as I talked about before, I'm striving to become 100% carnivore permanently. I've spent periods up to 6 months eating purely a carnivorous diet with fantastic effects. But, in our society, it's kind of hard to stick. They got all this other crap everywhere, and the cravings, because carbs are addictive. Highly addictive, and but there's something you absolutely do not need to eat. Like people might bring up their blood sugar. My blood sugar, I had wildly fluctuating blood sugar, getting dangerously low. But when I was eating pure carnivore, it was nice and level. It's because your body produces exactly what you need off of a carnivore diet. No more, no less. So your blood sugar levels out. If you have diabetes, the symptoms go completely away. Not a doctor. Do your own research. Just do with that statement what you will. But corn's not natural food for humans at all. You know, that plant was something we found very recently, really, in the Americas. Humans didn't develop in the Americas. We didn't evolve under the circumstances where there was corn. And even if we had, corn did not look like that when we found it. We selectively bred it to have larger kernels, more compact kernels, bigger ears. We've altered it greatly. In fact, corn that looks like that can't survive in the wild because the seeds can't, they're stuck on that cob, and if they fall on the ground and they all try to sprout, they're all competing with each other, and they just can't do anything. So that they're dependent. Corn like that is dependent on humans for survival because it's not a natural food, even for the animals that it was originally natural for. Its composition's completely changed. Corn by itself is poisonous to people, but now all this corn is GMO. They Roundup ready crap. And you don't want to be exposed to the Roundup. You really don't want to eat the corn. Now, I know that's kind of hard for people to accept. We've been eating them corn chips down at the Tex-Mex restaurant, right? And corn's in so many things, but that's the reality. And so no, my answer to that is we if you want optimal health, you should not eat corn. Because it doesn't digest properly. That's another problem, and another indication that it's something that you shouldn't eat. Yeah, it don't digest properly. It's very good. It's hard too, and you gotta trust that it is actually not GMO. Who's to say that the certification isn't corrupted? Tom Paul says, we were told we could spray it around our crops. It's safe. Yeah, bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Vince. I haven't had corn in a long time. I used to grow our own sweet corn. I used to too. I always look forward to it. It's nice and sweet, and dip it in lots of butter. But I try to stay away from it as much as possible now. Yeah, those are poisonous too. Mr. Lee, welcome. Take away my dark chocolate, there would be consequences. Well, I would say that if you were eating 100% carnivore diet and you had some dark chocolate every so often, you're probably in good shape. Chocolate isn't necessarily something for the very best optimal health, but it's you're not eating tons of it, and it's not as bad as a lot of the other stuff. And if you're eating a diet that's 99% what you are supposed to eat, you're probably okay. Yeah, the human body can handle some degree of toxic exposure, and it really should have some degree of toxic exposure because it needs to have challenges to keep it resilient and all that. But so I wouldn't try to take away people's dark chocolate. I would suggest that they try to go towards maybe dark chocolate sweetened with stevia, if that's available. I don't know if it's available. I have a little bit of interest in the cacao shaman stuff. I won't say too much about that right now, but it almost looked as a ceremonial thing, and I think something like that humans have had ceremonial activities for a very long time, so I think it's good to engage in those things, even if you're a completely non-religious person. Just it's an interesting subject of itself, but they usually, when you're doing that, you're using very pure, high grade, cocoa, and so that's a whole interesting thing in itself. Hello, Michael. Welcome. Let's see who else has come in here. Mr. Lee says, don't eat the corn, it's poison. Yeah, corn's poison in every way. It's just not something you should eat. Brandy says, I'm here listening, have to take a ride, get my coffee. All right, well, we'll see you when you get back. B says, Brandy, bring back donuts too. She's already got the donuts. Uncle Bones is in the house. Hello. Let's see here. B says dark chocolate is supposed to be good for you. Yeah, that's what they say. There's some issues with it, but not so much that I'm not gonna harp on chocolate. It's not worth spending time. It's minutia compared to something like corn. It's just completely not important. Brandy says, I definitely eat less chocolate now. My 4-year-old steals it all, so I had to stop getting it. Get some of that 93% pure chocolate. I know it's expensive, but kids are used to things being sweeter. So if your kid gets a couple pieces of that, they might decide they don't want chocolate anymore. And you might be okay with it because it's less sweet, but it's still dark chocolate. It's real dark chocolate. Got the Squatching Cowboy in the house. Welcome. I don't know. Well, I don't know if we'll be talking any Squatch tonight. On Random Lives aren't necessarily about paranormal stuff, but sometimes it can be. If that's what you want to talk about, just bring up what you want in the chat. I will say that my feeling about human activities is that these things that we are doing to ourselves also affect the forest people, and we should be better neighbors than that. You know what I mean? If we're not worried about killing ourselves, at least show some damn respect to the forest people. But we're still in a world where most people don't even believe in them, so that's going to fall on deaf ears. B says, I'll give up sugar. First week is difficult. Yeah, it's very it's a very addictive substance. I know I've mentioned before that they did a study with rodents where they got the rodents addicted. They gave them sugar water and got them addicted to the sugar. And now rodent studies don't always correlate with humans because they do have some differences from humans, but a lot of times it does have value. A lot of times it can indicate things for humans. But in the study, they addicted them to sugar water, and then they addicted them to cocaine water. Then they gave the rodents a choice between the sugar water and the cocaine water, and the rodents chose sugar over cocaine. So that could be indicative of just how bad it is. I actually think in the case of humans, it's worse because of what we're designed for. We're not designed to eat seeds all the time like rodents typically would, in the wild. They certainly wouldn't have the number of seeds that we produce today in form of wheat and corn and stuff like that. But they would have been the ones eating, because like wheat, for example, we've changed wheat since we found it in the wild. We've selectively bred it for bigger kernels, and we changed it genetically, just by selective breeding to for the kernels to stay stuck to the stalk, so that we could harvest it. Because wild wheat, it would fall off the stalk. So it's little kernels, and they're scattered on the ground. Humans were never eating this, but we've come up with agriculture and figured out that wheat can store really well. And once humans became sedentary and stored long-term storage of food, and that we thought we were making advancements, and I'm going to state that it was not. It was not good for us. We were just smart enough to hurt ourselves, and that's all we've done for the most part with the learning to store food. We've gotten way out of touch with our natural ways. We're supposed to hunt. We're supposed to eat raw meat. I mean, that's hard for people to believe or swallow. They believe that cooking meat was somehow something that helped us. No. People see me how I order my steaks. Quick 5 seconds sear on each side. People that eat rare are like, what the hell, And I do great on it. I feel way better. It ain't gonna kill you. I wouldn't do that with chicken or pork. But, as I think I've said before, and I probably will say again, those kinds of animals were probably not something that our ancestors for many hundreds of thousands of years would have bothered with. We were killing gigantic animals. We were killing woolly mammoths and all that stuff. Dozens of different types of megafauna. We were looking for these gigantic animals. That's what we specialized to hunt at some point, and some fish. So, yeah. B says, now I don't miss it, and I feel great. Yeah. Until someone actually goes through the process, and you can't just do it for a couple days. It takes time for your body to kind of stand down the emergency mode and to clear out a bunch of crap and to level back out. But once you do, you'll see. You got to do it, for a long period of time. Mr. Lee says, porridge oats have absolutely no nutritional value. Yeah, you don't want to eat that stuff. The blue-eyed northerns in the house. Welcome. Let's see. So what do you guys think about what's Gil Bates up to, buying up all this farmland? He's got us all spraying glyphosate. It's messing us up. He's worked to spread the injections to as many people as possible. I believe he said specifically on some occasions that he thinks we need population control. I can agree with that to an extent, but it needs to be a choice. You can't just poison people. You can't do it without their permission. You need to make the case that people should have less children. But see, they're not focusing on those countries where people have lots of children. If you're looking at European countries and the United States and Australia, these countries they're not even, a lot of them don't have a birth rate high enough to replace the previous generation. They are shrinking populations. They're not the ones you need to mess with. They're not the ones you need to talk to. So why is a lot of this stuff focused on us? It's almost like we're being targeted. Why are we being targeted? I can't even, say some of the thoughts as to what I think's going on, but and why they're doing it, because it's so unbelievable and so wild. Logically, why would they do this? And you just come up with your own ideas, I guess. Why? Mr. Lee says most fruits should be avoided. Berries are okay. Yeah, I think we talked about that before. How in the wild humans would eat fruits on occasion, but it was a rare thing. We didn't have orchards. There wasn't a produce section down at the store. There wasn't a trucking industry bringing fruits in from faraway lands. You got fruit when it was on the tree or the bush for the short period that it was there, and that was it. So, yeah, fruit's okay, but in very, very low quantities. Very, very, not all the time. They try to tell you need fruit every day. Like I can't remember how many servings, 2 to 3 servings or something like that. No. Keto for life, blue-eyed Northern. We got a lot of keto going on up in here. Maybe one of these days I'll get some of y'all to take another step towards the pure carnivore life. Now, when I mean pure carnivore, I'm not saying necessarily just meat. I still eat some cheese and butter, but that's still animal fats and proteins. So that's part of the problem with our modern meat is there's not enough fat on it. So these things help you get more fat into your diet. But you got to find balance and kind of learn to judge, how much you got. Because if you eat too much fat, it'll cause some digestive issues. But nothing's going to kill you. It's just loose stool, Same thing for salt. People are afraid of salt. You're supposed to seek out salt. Animals seek out salt licks. Humans are a coastal marine semi-aquatic animal. We're supposed to get salts in a proper quantity, but you can overdo salt where it'll go kill you, but it'll cause loose bowel. So you just kind of got to learn to judge where you're at. Use sea salt, use a proper balanced salt. You don't want table salt because they messed with it. They bleach it. They add what's that stuff they put in there, like an aluminum, something anti-caking, I think it's for. Used to the iodized all salt because you need iodine. The need for iodine for humans is one of the things that the aquatic ape hypothesis that supports the aquatic ape hypothesis that you really it's hard to get adequate iodine unless you're eating some food from the sea, and so that's why they had the iodized salt. People living inland were having problems. They weren't getting enough food from the sea, and humans need food from the sea. Glad you're here, Michael. B says, so you prefer your steak. Walk the steer past the salads. Yeah, what's those, but serve it up. Yeah, I do. Pizza, oh my gosh. I used to love pizza when I was a kid. Now, like every time I get a hankering for it, I end up regretting it after a few bites. I'm like, this stuff just isn't good. Still moving, yeah. I have cheat meals myself. Yeah, I've been cheating a lot lately, and I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. 3 months. Cool. Still mooing. Yeah, he's giving a lot of information. I don't, he's not 100% where he needs to be, but he's way better than a lot of the nutritionists, and even some of the carnivore advocates are kind of ho hum for me. Like there's Dr. Sean Baker. He does give a lot of good information, but he doesn't really. He's not 100%. He eats like nothing but like beef, I think. But he isn't trying to push people to eat organ meats and stuff like that. Those who are. There's one guy I'm not going to mention because I don't like him. I don't want to give him any press. But he does advocate people eating like even raw animal brain. There's a guy on YouTube called Frank. I'm forgetting his last name right now. But he's probably he's probably got the most spot on information that I've seen on YouTube anyway, as far as what humans should eat. He's kind of goofy. He's kind of being a comedian and stuff. But Frank Tufano, that's his name. So if you're interested in trying to learn some more about how you can eat carnivore and why you should, Frank Tufano is probably he's the best one I know of. He's just like he does goofy stuff and dresses in costumes sometimes, and I kind of wonder if he should be into theater. Berries are great. You need the fat. No, berries are great. Elan says those people who've remotely up in Alaska need fat in their diets of game fish you see, or they get sick. Yeah. I've dropped veggies entirely for some periods. They pretty much all have some kind of natural toxin in them or another. At least it's toxic for humans. You're not going to drop dead, but you don't need them. You can eat them and remain keto. So if that's your problem, that you're trying to remain keto, and like maybe you want to eat some of that rice cauliflower, that's not bad, But if it helps you stay keto, it's better to do that than to fall off the wagon. Redmond salt, yeah. Hey, Timmy boy, welcome. Jeff Harding, welcome. So I don't know, I'm very leery about Gil Bates buying up a lot of farmland. I think he's trying to establish more control over our food supply. Makes it even more important for us all to try and take measures to take control of our own food. If you can buy land, buy some acreage, whatever you can get. If you're not comfortable dealing with cattle, try goats. I like goat meat. Goats are a smaller animal. They have their own challenges. There's just a couple of goats out here on this farm I'm at. Um, but the openings in the fence are just a little too big. So occasionally, one of them in particular likes to stick its head through and get its head stuck. So if you get into goats, you need to get the wire fencing that has smaller openings in it. It may cost you a little more, but you're just better off if you do, because you don't want to be dealing with pulling goat heads out. The goats, they always end up fighting you. They seldom figure out that the monkey here is grabbing me by the head to help me, not to harm me. If you're familiar with hunting, or you can certainly hunt some deer on your land, maybe hogs. Probably we should all if we haven't gotten into hunting, start. Just do it, because one of these days you may be glad. I mean, one, you're eating better, you're eating cleaner food, but two, if things get worse than they did last year, you won't be worried about getting meat on your table. If you are eating veggies, grow your own garden. I advocate not tilling. So it's really easy way to garden. I don't know why more people don't do it now. You can do carrots and stuff like that, but it's harder when you're doing certain things with tiny seeds, and your broadcast seeding and stuff like that. But what I've done for many years, I've kind of stopped gardening in the last few years because I stopped eating vegetables. I don't really care about growing vegetables anymore. But for many years, I was no-till gardening. So what you do is you get some cardboard. In the beginning, I was using newspaper, but newspaper's too flimsy. So if you're dealing with like Bermuda grass shoots will poke right through the newspaper, because they kind of have these kind of sharp, and the newspaper's wet, so they'll poke through it. So I went to cardboard, and so I'd get cardboard boxes and just make sure that you overlap the cardboard by at least maybe 4 inches, and you basically paper mache the whole area that's going to be a garden. Don't need to till with cardboard. You can also what I've been doing is going down the Lowe's. When the trucks come in, they have what they call a seal in the back of the truck. It's a huge sheet of cardboard that they put on the back of the, when you open the doors, there's this huge sheet of cardboard. If you got a good relationship with the guys in the back, sometimes you can get those big sheets of cardboard and make things a lot easier on you. But you don't need that. You can just use cardboard boxes you get from anywhere. Paper mache basically the whole damn garden area. Like early in the spring, then cover that over with a thick layer of straw, and then come back and maybe have a knife or something and kind of cut an X and kind of fold open the spot, and then dig a hole, put your plants in, and then try to get the cardboard tight around the plant, so the weeds can't get through. Put really thick straw on top of that around the base of the plant. I've had years on my garden spot on my property that I sold last year where I didn't have to water at all. The water retention in that ground was a lot better. The moisture retention. The earthworms have a heyday. They love it. You're not tilling, so you're not destroying some of the permanent tunnels. You're not disturbing the mycelial, the fungal network of threads in the ground, which is very important to the health of the plants and the health of the ecosystem of the soil. And the cardboard and the straw keeps the weeds at bay. So that's what I advocate for people to do if you're going to be gardening. Stop playing around with tillers. You don't need them. I always thought you needed to till the ground, but you just don't. It's actually not good for the soil. Yeah. It's just a Sunday night. Yeah, I've had it. It's not, some people have told me, oh, that tastes horrible. I think it's in their mind. Some people, if they know it's called, they probably should have gave it to them and not told them, and they probably wouldn't have known any difference, kind of thing. Tastes fine to me. Yeah. They're trying to control us in various ways. Goat, the domestic deer, yeah. So if you're used to dealing with deer, I mean, you're going to be perfectly fine dealing with goats if you raise some goats. And the benefit is that the goats will eat all the brush and keep the brush cleared out. That's one thing that a lot of cattlemen really should look into, because they're spraying to kill back the plants they don't want. Well, run goats with the cows, or if you're cycling them around to different pastures, like put the goats in at different times as the cows, it's actually better to do that. Divide your land up, because you're breaking up the parasite cycles. If you do goats, and I know that everybody's like, oh, if you're doing meat goats, you want boer goats. No, there's problems with boer goats. These here are boer goats. Sometimes you got to worm them, and you might have hoof problems with some of them. Get Kiko goats. It's spelled Kiko. Perfectly good meat goat, very resilient. You almost don't have to do anything with them. They were originally developed in New Zealand, and then they came to the United States. And they're a perfectly good meat goat. Might be slightly lighter in weight than a boer, but not by enough to really matter. And there'll be a lot less hassle for you as far as care. You should be able to turn them loose in most circumstances and just not even worry about it. They're not going to have hoof problems, especially if you got rocky areas, But and if you rotate them in different pastures to help break up that parasite cycle, you probably aren't going to have any parasite problems. And if you do have a goat get parasites, probably best to weed it out anyway. You don't need to breed the weak, right? Take that sucker out and tie it to a tree and give it to the forest people. Put a little note on it that says, Sasquatch, you can have this one, or just eat it. Yeah, don't just breed anything. Rabbit is easy to raise. I used to raise them when I was a teenager. The problem with rabbits, though, is there is no fat on them suckers. They're just, you've ever heard of rabbit starvation? Person trying to live on rabbit can't, because there's not enough fat in it to sustain human physiology. It's good. Eat deer. Some people turn their nose up at it, though, so, what are you going to do? Jeff says I harvest about 4 deer, an antelope, and an elk each year. We don't buy much meat at the store. Yeah, you're probably enjoying much better health as a result. B says, I always plant a veggie garden and use big containers and planters to grow more foods and herbs. Yeah, some people do that. That's what my brother, he does containers. I prefer in ground, though, because the containers isolate the plant from the ground. So there's some problems there. and it'll work. It'll work fine. A lot of people like not, even the part about not bending over, but you could like do raised beds too and get the same effect from that, and then be connected to the ground. Or part of the reason why you want to be connected to the ground is, you have some wicking and moisture, so your watering is going to be less of an issue. And probably maybe you got earthworms coming in. You've got and the earthworms, they're doing so much. Gosh, we could probably do a show on earthworms. And then the mycelial network. The plants need to be connected through the mycelial network to be in better health. They've experimented with this where you had plants in containers and they're isolated from each other, and one plant experiences some kind of challenge, and it has to figure out a way to fight that challenge. And maybe it's an enzyme it had to figure out to produce or something. Well, the plants that are in the ground, a plant nearby will start to react as if it had encountered that challenge, but it hadn't yet. And it appears that the mycelial network is communicating information from plant to plant. It's just like freaking the movie Avatar. The ground is connecting through. There's probably other mechanisms, but the mycelial network is communicating information between the plants and helping them anticipate challenges and prepare for them ahead of time, and so that they're ready. Their buddy Joe, the oak tree over here, is facing a pest, and Joe can tell the rest of the trees, hey, you need to do this and get ready for this nasty little asshole that's attacking me. Some interesting stuff. But if you have drain holes in the bottom of the containers and they're sitting on the ground, you're probably going to have that interconnectivity. The mycelial network will be able to grow through those holes. Dang says, I think this crap is bad. Wait till it's something really bad like Ebola. Yeah. Well, I mean, you've heard me say it. I think we've been completely lied to about that whole scenario. But, I'm a, disaster preparedness minded person. And, I've talked to people a lot in the past before that thing happened, about how underprepared we are for a major outbreak. Either something that Mother Nature came up with, or a bioweapon, and that we need to be better prepared. But people are just complacent. But those are the ones that are going to die the easiest when something like that happens. And if that complacency is partially a result of their genetics and it removes their genetics from the gene pool, it'll be good for the species. So if they won't listen, it's their own fault. Yeah, it's still good eating. Wrap it in some bacon, maybe. Jess says, I still plant cucumbers and green beans and put up about 50 quarts of dill pickles and beans each year. Give a lot of them to friends. Yeah. New Zealand or Californian. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Oh, there's something to Sasquatch about. Welcome, man. Let's see here. I'm falling way behind in chat. Wild cottontail. Yeah, we have plenty of those around here. if things get really bad, there's deer, we eat the goats if we have to. There's a mean ass potbelly pig over there in that pen. I'd like to eat that stupid thing. But there's lots of cottontail rabbits running around here. Yeah, I'm glad he survived. More like the storm faded quick, did it? Good deal. It's messing with notifications. Yeah, I don't get it. I won't get notifications of stuff. I'm like, I hit the notification bell. I clicked all, and then I might not see a notification. One thing I've noticed with YouTube, though, like you need to, if you're watching a video, click open a new tab when you want to jump to the home page and see what's going on. Open it up in a new tab. If you open it up on the same tab and you've been watching that video for 30 minutes, it seems like it only shows what was going on 30 minutes ago. It doesn't show what's live now. And you have to open it up in a new tab. At least on the Brave browser. Maybe, I don't know if it has anything to do with my browser or if it's YouTube, but I think it's YouTube. And so that might be what's going on, where you're not seeing notifications sometimes. I don't know. You have to flavor it. Yeah, rabbit. Yeah, rabbit's good eating. I just I got out of it. It was neat to raise them for a while. We always smoked them. Happy about the storm fizzling out. There's good money in raising rabbits for market. Yeah. Elito Icon, welcome. Talking about old Gil Bates a little bit. Securing our food supply. Yeah. Yeah, if you have fish, it's good. If you have the ability and you have some land, you could probably create a saltwater pond and grow something, something from the ocean in it. There's people in Arkansas growing shrimp, so it's possible to do. Just, the money to get it set up. Jeff Harding says we had some goats with our cattle, but then coyotes would kill them. But then we put some with our horses and they were fine. The coyotes, they don't mess with horses. Or you can put donkeys in, I think alpacas. I like livestock guardian dogs. Put about 4 of them out there with your herd of goats and you should be fine. Livestock guarding dogs have a long history of selective breeding. They just, you don't have to train them. I brought one from the pound and she was just barely grown and stuck her out with I just stuck her in the chicken coop. She was kind of sick when I found her, but she got better and she just immediately just knew to guard chickens. I had one chicken get injured somehow and died, and I skinned it and gutted it and tried to feed it to her, and she sniffed the carcass, and then she went over by the trailer where the chicken had been sitting for a couple days. I wasn't sure if it was going to live or not. It just sat there and wouldn't move, and so anyway, she went over, she sniffed the carcass, and then she went over to where that chicken had been sitting for 2 days, sniffed that spot, and then laid down. She would not eat it. But if I would because I'd get her those 10-pound bags of chicken leg quarters at the store and let her eat those, just raw chicken leg quarters. She loved them. she'd eat those all day long, but she knew that was one of her chickens and she would not eat it. She was a Great Pyrenees. So let's see what's going on. Bigfoot Anon's in the house. Welcome. Weed grows great in containers, but vegetables prefer to be in the ground. Yeah. I don't have any experience growing weed, but I've been around it a little bit. They seem to got it down to a science growing it in these houses and stuff. So, in containers. Blue Eye says, have great luck in ground with the cardboard and yard debris, worm castings. Yeah. Yeah, if you have a healthy soil ecosystem and the worms are just living under there and just having a good time, and every so often maybe lift up random spots in the garden. If you got like kitchen scraps, if you're eating vegetables, you got kitchen scraps, and just throw that underneath the cardboard somewhere and tuck it back down and keep the straw on top of it, and the worms can eat in a nice, dark, cool, moist environment and be happy and producing worm castings there. And their tunnels also do a lot for allowing water infiltration and air infiltration into the grounds is important too. And because when it rains, and this works in your plants too, this is why, like with a potted plant, you kind of want to set it in a bucket of water and let it completely drive out all the old air in the soil, and then take it out. And as the water drains out of the soil, it sucks in a bunch of new fresh air. It kind of does the same thing in the ground. Those worms help a lot with that, though. The eye bleeding is no fun. I don't know what that's about. Probably too much glyphosate. Jeff Hardy says, someday ammo, whiskey, and medicine will be the new currency. Yeah. Blue Eye Northern says, in Louisiana, you have to be self-sufficient with hurricanes. Yeah. You can't wait to be saved. You need to be prepared on your own. Ideally, build a home that can just handle a hurricane. It can be done. It's going to cost you more money. But, and don't build in the flood zone. Don't build too low, A lot of times people get themselves killed because they live, why are people in Tornado Alley living in trailer houses? It's like you're just asking for it. Now, I understand you're poor, you can't help it, but where's the government? They want to control all this other stuff, and then they'll come and they'll spend millions of dollars on disaster relief, but they don't want to do anything to kind of help people get themselves into situations where they don't need to be saved. More underground homes in Tornado Alley and stuff like that. And there's so many benefits to underground homes. A lot of people don't like, they just don't want to hear it. They don't like the idea, but your bills will be so much lower. Constant 55-degree temperature year round. It varies depending on what region you're in, but it takes a lot less energy to heat that to whatever temperature you want in the wintertime than 5 degrees. If it gets down really cold, you're spending a lot more energy to warm up the place. And then the summertime, 55 degrees, all you're going to really need is a fan. if that, to stay cool. You may not need air conditioning in an underground home. You're going to save just thousands in energy costs, and you won't die in a tornado. You won't lose your stuff. You know, yeah, insurance will replace the house, but what about priceless family heirlooms? And what about your life? It ain't going to replace those things. Okay, some people just need talent. way to join the chat, Tracy Bennett. Yeah, I think that guy is kind of evil. Tom Ball says, yes, we do, Blue. Eating nutria. Icon says, Gil Bates can suck a fart and croak. Yeah. He just needs to go. Let's see here. I have baked beaver. It's good. I haven't tried it. I was threatening to eat one of these beavers down here. They get in the pond every so often and screw it up. Yeah, looks like the storm gave them a break. Yeah, I kind of want to try it just to try it, you know. I think it's good to kind of, at least give it a try, so you have some level of familiarity with the different things to eat in case you're really scrounging one day. You don't have to learn while in the middle of a desperate situation. You could say, well, I tried beaver before and we don't have any food. The deer are all gone. We've eaten all our livestock. The rabbits are gone. But there's still beavers down there. Let's go eat some beavers. I've done it before. It'd make things easier for you in a bad situation. So it might be a good idea to go ahead and give it a try once. Maybe learn, how to prepare it best so that, it's tastes decent. Leave the head on if you bake it. It's full of stars. I'm not sure what that's. Parasites gone with ivermectin and med must prevent COVID. Supposed to prevent COVID. Yeah. The only problem, with that is if you're in a desperate situation and society's shut down, you're not going to be able to get it. Maybe if you stockpile it, but not everybody's going to be able to stockpile it. Blue Light says fire ants are demons from hell. Beeland says, Lockbeard, my porch is filled with flowering pumpkin, squash, and cantaloupe. Cool. I've eaten like the flower off of squash on occasion. You just kind of fry it. It's not bad. Yeah, millions on those illegal aliens. We're not helping those people by letting them in here. They need to solve the problems in there. If your country is in such bad shape that you feel like you need to leave, you need to change your country. Yeah, that's it's not for me to tell you if your country's good or bad. I'm just saying, if you want to live like we do in America, then why don't you work to make your country like America, if that's what you want? But our problem there is we got incentives for them to come here, and it's easier for someone to come here and take advantage of those than to fight potentially a civil war to change their home country. So part of it's the fault of our government and some of our citizens who support those kind of things. It's not us being heartless. I get it. They want a better life, but when you leave your country behind, the people that you left behind are in even a harder situation. You've kind of done wrong by your fellow countrymen. You've left them in a horrible circumstance, and you've made it worse by leaving. So you need to stay and change your country. Now I know a guy who he went back after 20 years. He went back to Mexico, and he was telling me about some of the stuff that's going on down there and how bad it's gotten, for the poor people. And it's amazing, things like cannibalism even going on. You don't hear about that on our media. They're not going to tell you that kind of stuff. And then, of course, the cartel shit, the corruption of their government, But he says in some areas the people are fighting back. That needs to spread. And if we take the incentives away for people to come here, and we make the consequences high enough for being here illegally, and we need to target those employers who hire those people, and not with fines, because they'll just pay the fine and call it the cost of doing business, because it'll still end up cheaper to just hire illegals. It needs to be mandatory jail time. We got Americans who don't have jobs, hire them, pay them a proper wage. Jail time, mandatory for any employer that hires them. And then they'll stop coming. You don't need a wall. We don't need a wall. People don't move unless there's an incentive to go to a place. Take away the incentives. All we need is a legislative approach. We don't need to build a stupid wall. It won't work anyway. People find a way around. They'll, smugglers will get them here anyway. The government may even be involved in some of that kind of stuff, But if we demand and make people understand that we're actually doing these people a favor in the long run, they will go home and they will be forced to change their nation to be a better place. But some people won't listen to that, and they'll just call me the racist word for saying that, and I lack compassion or something. Jeff says I built 2 earth homes with solar. Year-round heating and cooling was less than $200. Yeah, it just drops to nothing. It's concrete typically, so your house isn't going to catch fire, unless you use wood internally to an extent enough to have fuel. But, it's not a stick house, it's concrete. It's not going to burn, so now we've eliminated the threat of tornadoes, fires. We've lowered energy costs. I mean, it's a no-brainer. I am located in eastern Oklahoma. I am not too far from Muskogee. I'm, I think, about a half mile south of the Arkansas River. Far enough out where my dang cell phone has a crap signal. I can't really have phone calls. that kind of thing. Yeah, really cool. Tracy says a mafia hitman said he only snuffed out people that needed snuffed out. Yeah, but their definition of needed snuffed out might be a little different than ours. I don't know, Brandy. I never actually tried them. I kind of want to give it a try, though. Blue Eye says, went through 3 hurricanes and COVID last summer. The people were on their own. Set up outdoor kitchen and generators were a must. No electric and 100 heat for 2 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, just having a generator, but, like in the area, I was in Northeast Oklahoma for many years, and we're kind of in an area that in the wintertime, there'll be kind of a band there. Like you'll have further south, there might be rain, but as it gets cooler going north, it'll be snow up north of us, but then there'll be this band of like ice, and the ice will coat everything and take down power lines and stuff like that. And we had a year where a lot of people were out of power for 2 weeks. So there was a rush on generators. People bought all these generators. And then after that, I worked at Lowe's at the time. People were coming back with their generators and trying to sell their generators, because we had that ice storm. And then, we haven't had a really bad ice storm in years. And they're just acting like, well, I don't need a generator. No, you need to keep your damn generator. Just keep it. Power still goes out sometimes. We just haven't had a 2-week power outage like that on a wide scale. Buddy of mine, he's got 2 houses on his property. Generator out there runs them. Power goes out, the generator kicks on. He never had power outages. Just don't really affect him because he just always had that generator. Well, for many years, he's had that generator that automatically kicks on when the power goes out. So it's not a problem. His parents live in the other house, and his father's on oxygen, and they don't need to have a power outage and have to deal with elderly people with health problems and all that. So it's just what you should do. Tracy says only 2 countries have legitimate reasons for seeking asylums, and buck fighting does not want Cubans coming here. You know why? Yeah. Yeah. The government is involved. Tracy goes on. Big time. This time. Big time this time. He is having them flown into cities and bussed in. Yeah. We're not doing them any favors, for their countries of origin, but see, it's a political thing now, and I think that they're trying to or your typical American that looks like me, we're dying out. Our birth rate is below replacement. Our numbers will continue to drop. And these people from these countries south of us are breeding really fast. So we're going to be replaced really, really quickly. And that's going to be their new workforce. And I think that they believe that they will have an easier time controlling them than us, because we are just a little too freedom oriented. We don't like being told what to do. We like our constitutional rights. Those people are going to be able to accept less freedom, and they work hard. and you know, they're trying to replace us with them, I think, and you know, it's going to change the future of this country. You know, and by the time they realize they made a big mistake, those people coming here, they're not going to have the level of freedom that they think they are, if they're even thinking of that very much at all in the future. It's going to become more totalitarian, more controlled. They got it good right now because, you know, the government's trying to get them here. You know, the corporations want them here. And some of those illegals are going to be working on Gil Bates' land, I'm sure. You know, I had an officer in a small town I used to live in tell me that if he pulls over illegals who are drinking and driving, he can't do anything with them. You know, he has to just let them go. INS will not come and pick them up, and he can't just throw them in jail and keep them there. They can't pay the fines. And yet, someone like me or you, if we get pulled over drinking and driving, they throw the book at us and squeeze about $10,000 or so out of you. So it's a money-making opportunity to take us down for that crime. But for them, there's no money being made, so they just let them go. And, you know, these local governments like to act like they're trying to protect the public, but they don't care. You know, they don't really care. It's just something to if it makes money, they're going to jump all over it. Icon stepping out for a second. Yeah, and there's that issue too. Although a lot of them are very conservative, so I don't know how much that's really going to help them, especially once they get into second generation here and established. There's a lot of Latinos who are Republicans. You know, heck, you know, if you recall, I mentioned one night about that news reporter talking to the leader of the Proud Boys, and she kept trying to make the Proud Boys out to be white supremacists. You know, and it was just hilarious because the leader of the Proud Boys is a Latino man. You know, they're just trying. Even with the proof right there on screen with them, they'll keep trying to push their ridiculous narratives. Kind of like the reporter standing in front of fires in the background, talking about mostly peaceful protests, but shit's burning behind him. Dude, I mean, are you not even trying? Are you guys just messing with us at this point? What's going on? Bone says, no need, Tracy, no need to, no need with all the dead that voted. Yeah, we need to clean that stuff up. But I don't see, you know, we've said so much about all the straight up fraud that happened last year. And I say that as a person that's not on either side of it. I don't have a horse in the race. I don't like either side, either party. They're working together to divide and conquer us, all that nonsense. But we saw all kinds of obvious signs of cheating. But it happened anyway, and the result of it happened anyway. We complained, and nothing changed. You know, voting doesn't change anything. Protests don't change anything. The only chance of changing anything is man, I'm gonna get my channel knocked straight off YouTube. A quote from Thomas Jefferson covers it. He said, "The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants." That's the, we haven't had that kind of battle here in a very long time. I kind of think it needs to happen every 20 years. Every 20 years, a complete government clean out. And that way you don't have a generation that doesn't remember fighting for liberty, who don't understand what the cost of it was. The last time we really fought for I mean, you could arguably say the Civil War, but really the Revolution. So nobody today, I mean, very few people today can remotely understand what it's like to truly fight for your liberty. And so they can't really appreciate it. I mean, a few people can intellectually, reach there, and understand it had a serious cost. But even me, who has never had to fight for liberty, and understanding that it requires that, I don't think I even have the full understanding. I can't. I haven't actually faced death for it. So I think that's the only thing that would remotely have a chance of changing things, and I kind of don't think that that's possible now, because they have weapons and resources at their disposal that are just insane. Never before has any tyrannical government had this level of destructive power. So one of these days they're just going to say, you know what, freedom's over. What are you going to do about it? Oh, you got lots of guns? That's cute. We'll just do a drone strike on you. Goodbye. Or here's a nice little biological weapon to see how well you fight while you're running a high fever and shitting yourself. I mean, we're there. We're at the point where it would be just a gruesome, disgusting level of slaughter if we tried to fight, and we probably could not win. So I'm kind of surprised that we're still able to talk here on YouTube like this, really, because I don't think they're afraid of us. Forgot about the deaf that voted. Yeah, the dead that voted. Yeah, that was insane. Michael Haywood says, "Why do a lot of these other countries hate America, but steady trying to get here?" I don't know. I think a lot of the hate of America is a little bit of a spin that the media puts out, because a lot of people out there really love America. But what sells the story, today in the news, people in this country over here are they're doing just fine, and they like America, and everything's cool. Now people want to see negative stuff. These people hate us. We need to fight. We need you to pay your taxes so we can continue the war on terror and all this bullshit. Those people, if we use all our resources just to keep dangerous people out of our country, they could sit in their countries and their whatever shithole they're living in and fight each other for 1,000 years and never be any threat to us. Their technological level is too low. They don't have the resources. They can't do anything to us. Now, people try to bring up that day in September, but you need to look closer at that. Our government, at the very least, opened the door for that. I think they actually planned it, but there's things about that whole situation, 9/11 Commission report and all that stuff. Look closer. Stop listening to the politicians and stop listening to the media. They're programming you to think a certain way about things and to believe a certain narrative. You can't believe them. Use whatever you can. It's going to be mostly the internet to try and find some real answers. Yeah, the blind too. Tracy says a lot of Americans hate America. Yeah, it's sad. Yeah. But they've been programmed. They've been programmed to be like that. They want a certain part of the population to be like that. They've been trained to be like that. It isn't just an accident. Michael Haywood says, true, I don't agree with some things, but I don't want to be anywhere else. Yeah. Tracy Minna says, it's the governments of other countries that hate America. Yeah. I think in a lot of cases they're playing a role. That our government needs to perpetuate the idea that we have these threats to us out there. Like, we need to believe that China is a real threat to us. So they play their role. They act like they're these pricks and we need to worry about them. They were trying to, use, like North Korea, as a potential threat. Oh, they got these missiles. They're testing these missiles. Dude, they have bottle rockets compared to us. And if you think for a second we probably couldn't shoot down anything that they try to lob at us, you're crazy. They were never any threat, but the media was pushing that they were this threat, and they could possibly hit us with a missile. Just stop. We know you're full of shit. We know that this government is just way too powerful to actually, be unable to stop attacks from these people. If we get attacked, it's because they let the attack happen, or they even planned it. Timmy Boy says a lot of Americans hate America. I believe 95% of them have never been to a third world country. Yeah, I haven't been. Well, I've never been off this continent, but I've been to Canada and I've been to Mexico a couple times. And one of those trips, I actually went into some pretty poor areas, and they live in absolute squalor in some places. It's just absolutely horrendous conditions. I made up my mind I was going to stay one night over there, like as cheap as I could. So I got this really cheap hotel room, I go in there, right? There's like all there is on the bed is like a fitted sheet with patches in it and stains. The toilet seat and lid weren't even on the toilet. They were, at least they were in the room. They were over leaning up against the wall. There was no shower head. There was a pipe sticking out the wall with the end rusted off on it. Bugs running around. No lock on the door. Luckily, I brought my sleeping bag. Horrible conditions just on the other side of the border. So, yeah. Brandy says, "Oh hell no, I'd run from that room." Well, I had made up my mind, like I was going to stay one night down there, you know. So I did. The other time I went to Mexico, I was in Cancun, living in luxury in a hotel on a beach, all you can eat seafood, you know, and it's a totally different world from the way the Mexican people live. You know, you go to those tourist areas, it's a totally different. It's like you're in a different country. Danny Boy says most of North Korean missiles are cardboard cutouts. They probably are. They might not have anything, for all we know. I mean, all we know is what they've told us. If anyone was an actual threat to the power of this country, they would took them out. You know, this whole extended 20-year war we had in Afghanistan, that was just, they were just stringing it. It wasn't, they were never a real threat. Our government has such military power that they can they could have ended Afghanistan in an afternoon. President sitting in the freaking garden wouldn't even have to go to his desk. Say, look, just go in there, put an end to it. I mean, we have a lot of military power. We could have ended it real quick. I just don't believe for a second it took us 20 years, and now the Taliban's taking over Afghanistan anyway. I mean, it looks like they freaking won. I mean, yeah, we killed their front guy, but you know, how do we know for sure? How do we know he wasn't, you know, working with our government, or that they actually killed him? Or, I mean, it's just, you know, he could have been a double for all we know. I mean, we don't know. We don't know anything for sure. You know, we just know that we're sending our men over there, and some of them are coming back in a box or maimed, and we're spending tons of money on it, and they're using it to scare the shit out of our people. Our government and our media is terrorizing our people with a threat from a country that is, you know, and a terrorist organization that just doesn't have any. There's no way they're this level of a threat to us that we got stuck in 20 years of war for it. There's no way. That's so ridiculously unbelievable. I don't know how anyone fell for it. But a lot of people have. Timmy Boy says, go to Nigeria or Angola. The worst place I've been is, without a doubt, Haiti. Yeah, Haiti's a messed up place. Tracy Bennett says, then there is that evil, hateful witch, Elon Omar. She is the most ungrateful. Oh, cunt. The feds know about her and they let her go. Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, I don't know what we what can we do to put an end to all this shit? At this point, you know, with the technological power of these criminal, corrupt governments that we have, well, I think our only way out of this situation is for the planet to be hit by a damn asteroid and knock us back into the Stone Age. It's not going to be a good day for anybody, but, you know, how do we defeat such a powerful, corrupt government? You know, we've seen that voting isn't going to work, protesting isn't going to do anything. What do we do? Tracy Bennett says Afghanistan is the #1 country that has poppy fields. Yeah, a lot of people have discussed that. The opium trade is very possibly one of the reasons why our government wanted to control the area. Heroin comes out of Afghanistan, yeah. That was protected at all costs, Tracy, Timmy Boy says. Yeah. Yeah, it's a very, very sad situation that we've been in. So, you know, why are we willing to pull out now and let it go? That's the question now. I have no answers. You know, all we can do is try to do what we can, you know. Like, as soon as I can, I'm going to try and buy a farm somewhere and just try to be ready to sustain myself no matter what happens and be as far away from people as possible. Because if this shit hits the fan, you know, if people know you got stuff, they're going to come trying to take it. So you better be ready to defend it. Your fellow Americans are not your friends anymore. If they're starving, they need to feed their kids, but you need to feed yours. What are you going to do? Danny says, good night, all. Good night, Danny. Thanks for coming. Icon says, how much of that opium went to Big Pharma? Probably all of it. Bone says, good night, Danny. Yeah, Big Pharma is a big problem. I guarantee you they don't want us talking about eating keto or eating carnivore. You know, because you'll end the need for a lot of their products. You know, if I went to the doctor and got tested to see exactly what my condition was with my blood sugar, I have a feeling I would be diagnosed with diabetes at this point. And, but I have a glucose meter. I'm, you know, measuring my own blood sugar. I can see that if I just eat meat or eat strictly keto, extremely low to no carb, that my blood sugar behaves itself nicely. I don't need their bullshit. And what's worse is the treatment makes the disease worse. You know, they don't like to highlight that part, but it does. So, again, I'm not a doctor. Just telling you what I'll do. I'm not going to go to the doctor. They're going to, you know, they're not going to help me in the way that I really need help. If I need to keep my blood sugar balanced, I just need to eat a 0-carb diet and everything's fine. And the damage to my system has stopped. But a lot of people, diabetes, they they do what the doctor tells them, and but they continue. They don't ever get told, that they're eating stuff that humans aren't really designed to eat, and that's why you got diabetes in the first place. And that if you just stop eating that stuff, your symptoms will go away at the least, and possibly you might even just be fully cured before it's over with. But I don't know. I'm not saying it's a cure. I'm not a doctor, but do your own research on that stuff. If you go to the doctor, they'll, say, here, inject this stuff. They like to inject stuff. They like you to inject stuff. And then one day you're amputating a leg, and no, that's the best you're going to get out of them. Michael says, later daily. Icon says, whoa, he caught the chat. Well, chat slowed down. Chat slowed down. I'm worried about, land prices, hopefully if I get the new job, which right now it's sounding like it's a good chance, I'll have some money to work with to buy some land. But, if prices are going to be too high and it's just going to get harder, and of course then, you got to have money for property tax and all that stuff, and it's ridiculous. That's another thing that's complete bullshit. Well, I paid for this. Why do I owe you money for owning property? Why am I paying you every year to keep it? You don't actually own the property. You're paying rent on it. You stop paying your property tax, and they will come show you who actually owns that land. They're just letting you use it as long as you keep paying them. People, you see, we're not free. We're not actually free. They've taken away enough freedom, that they haven't taken away enough to make us go full revolution, but they've taken away as much as they could get away with. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. So I can't get my own land, just buy it, and then just go live on my land and then never leave it again. And they don't want you to be able to do that. In order to live off my land, I still got to make some US dollars to pay them to leave me the hell alone. Even if I never set foot off that land again, I still got to make money some way and participate in their controlled economy to be left alone. It's absolutely ridiculous. Timmy Boy says, we are not getting a tenth of the plan to pull out. How many deals are in place now that we are withdrawing the money in Poppy alone? It's astronomical. Yeah, I don't know. They're probably, the Taliban is probably taking over administration in collusion with our governments. All the governments around the world are involved, or most of them. They've made a deal. They've made a deal. I mean, they're working together. They've got to be. There's no way we just walked away. Nikki, welcome. How's it going? So it's funny how I, just said, there's no way we walked away. One of the greatest sci-fi stories ever written was Dune, and Frank Herbert wrote that. And there's parallels to shit going on in the real world. A lot of people have suggested that the spice is kind of like oil in real life, right? You know, in Dune, they say he who controls the spice controls the universe. Because in Dune, it's humans pretty much are all over the universe, but everyone needs the spice from planet Arrakis that they also call Dune. It's because I mean it's a rare substance, because the animal that produces the spice can only survive on Dune, on Arrakis, and humans are addicted to it, so like they need it. I guess they'll all die or something if they don't get it. And the reason why they started using this because it extends life, it increases mental abilities, and so in the story, the one royal house takes over the planet, and he's a duke, and he says, does anyone think that the other royal house before has just left and given up all the profits that come with administering the spice? It's exactly what we're seeing in Afghanistan. Do you think the U.S. government has just left and given up control of those poppy fields? No way. No way. There's got to be a deal in place. They've made a deal, and they're working in collusion with the Taliban. I can't prove that, but give me a break. There's no way we just walked away from controlling the poppy fields. Let's see. Tanny Boy says they absolutely made many deals. Yeah. Mr. Lee is familiar with Dune. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to get people more interested in that. Like, I read a lot of the books, and the movie they made in the 80s, the one that had Sting in it, was just... I'm trying to do a rewatch of a fan re-edit of it right now. I haven't got all the way through it. It's just... Well, part of the problem is it's hard to put Dune on screen. If you're someone that's interested in crafting the story, and you've read the books, and you have a good enough understanding, you know a little bit about script writing, you're going to kind of understand that putting Dune in a movie is a tall order. It's going to be hard to do. Personally, I would never try to do the book Dune, just the one book in one movie. I would never try to do that, and that's what they tried to do with the Dune movie in the 80s, and it was just, it had some stupid shit in there, and just, I don't know, it was a bad attempt. And then around 2001, I think they came out with the Dune miniseries, So they did like basically 3 movies, and a little better, but it's still hard to encompass Dune in that. You kind of got to ignore, you kind of got to write out a lot of elements of the Dune story to make it work in that little bit of screen time. My understanding is this new Dune movie, I guess they're going to do a series of new Dune movies, and they're not going to try and do it in one movie. So we'll see how good they do. But I'm already seeing problems, like with some of the shit we've seen in other movies where they want to race swap and gender swap to get rid of men, and light-skinned men in particular. So like Dr. Kynes in the new movie is no longer, going to be, a white dude. He is now a black woman. So, whatever. I used to, I didn't really think much about that. I was like, oh, they're switching it up. That's cool. Nowadays, it's just they're doing it so much. And I understand what they're trying to pull. They're trying to fuck with us, and they're trying to destroy masculinity, fatherhood, traditional families. They're trying to tear all that shit down. And they do it by influencing people with the movies. So they got to get rid of the masculine role. You need both masculine and feminine in family, in society. We're a sexual animal. We operate under those circumstances. You can't have a healthy society without both. Well, there's a political movement out there trying to demonize the one side, and I think it has to do with you take away the father figure and you replace the father figure with government. So now you're looking to the government to be your daddy, and it allows them to control you. It's crazy. Gitton, Tracy Bennett says, Gitton, a quick shire and listen. What? Sting, yeah, Sting. Yeah, he was in it. For what it was worth. I almost feel like there needs to be. I don't know if you've read like any of the Dune novels, Mr. Lee, but of course Frank Herbert died at some point, and his son and this other author kind of took over, and so they wrote some prequels from kind of a short time period before the Dune events. And those prequels were about the 3 main houses involved. The books are called House Harkonnen, House Atreides, and House Carino. So kind of giving you some backstory. Now, I haven't read those 3, but there's prequel books from thousands of years earlier that kind of set up how the Empire actually came to be. And like when you saw the quote in on the screen during the 80s Dune movie where they're talking about they mention machines sometimes, and you never really understand like what's this issue with there's demonization of machines, because they say thou shalt not make a machine in the image of a human mind. Well, a person doesn't really understand, well, why is that? What does that really mean? And if you look at the prequels from the early times, the Butlerian Jihad, the Machine Crusade, those books, which I have read, it's about a time, still in our future, set in our future, but it's thousands of years before the events of Dune. And it's when they first kind of discover, uh, what the spice can do. You see the story of the first person that learned to ride one of the sandworms, um, and took a tooth from a dead one, and pretty much the first crysknife. But there was a war. The humans had created machines to kind of serve them, robots and stuff. But the robots, there ended up being a war. It's about AI, artificial intelligence. The humans fought this massive war. Now this is probably, there was probably more human death in this story. Not that you just kind of have to imagine it, because it spans, I don't even know how many different worlds, because humans are all over the place now in this time period. But it was a massive war with machines, and it resulted in "thou shalt not make a machine in the image of a human mind." In other words, do not create AI. Just don't freaking do it. So, and that aversion to artificial intelligence has permeated all the way to the time period of Dune. You learn how the Bene Gesserit kind of formed, and kind of where the feud between the Atreides and the Harkonnen began. Like, it began thousands of years ago. It's wild stuff. Timmy Boy says taxes always start as a temporary tax. The government will always keep every little morsel of control and power we give them. Look at the last year and a half. Yes. Yeah. They, you tighten the belt really hard for a little bit, but then you loosen it up a little bit, but you don't loosen it up as far as it was before that real tightening, So they just step it up little by little. And it's like the frog sitting in the water, and you slowly turn the heat up, and then the frog just sits there and eventually boils, because it doesn't notice that you're turning the temperature up slowly. But I don't know. I find this so alarming. This situation with Gil Bates, his connection to Monsanto and all that stuff, to the injections, Common Core, like he put tons of money into that, sabotaging the education of the people. He wants to dumb people down. He wants people to be unhealthy. He wants control over what we eat. He wants to inject us with things that we shouldn't have in our bodies. This guy probably fits the definition of evil. And we've got to find a way to stop him. Yeah. Yeah, they do this, and they use that dynamic of the Democrat and Republican Party to do this too, because the Democrats will be like, "We got to do this frickin' thing," and so they'll do it and they'll go hard, and then the Republicans will come in and say, "Oh, we're going to back that down," but they'll back it down some. They won't back down everything, but they never really put everything all the way back the way it was. Well, that's part of the game. They act like they're fighting each other, but both of them have their own slowly upward trending thing, and it overlaps and kind of hides the fact that they're working together to slowly escalate certain agendas. Each party has certain agendas that they're kind of in charge of trying to escalate, and the other side acts like they're trying to fight it. And then if they don't fight it hard enough, they can say, well, we're dealing with that other party. We're having to fight them, so we can't back it down entirely. We can't completely stop them, but we're trying to slow them down. But the end result is they're both slowly escalating their agendas, and people are fooled thinking that someone's actually trying to fight on both sides, trying to fight them. That's just all part of the plan. The frog in the water. By the time you realize something's happened, a generation has passed. And people are used to things being the way they are. So yeah, I think we might need that asteroid. I'll get his ugly face off of here. Mine may not be much better, but damn, Gil Bates is an ugly sucker. So I don't know. Yeah, I know most people don't have the ability to get any land, so I don't know. I don't know what what you can do. Just be prepared as you can. Try to get clean food. A lot of times you end up paying more money for clean food. Maybe try to take up hunting. You can put a lot of meat in your freezer if you hunt. Fishing, fishing, you don't take a whole lot of money to fish. I used to live by Grand Lake, and during the warm months, I'd go down and check my trot line in the morning and just before sundown, and just rebait it each time. One trot line, regulation length, and I was turning loose fish left and right. Like I probably could have, if I could have fed multiple families on the catfish I can catch in the summer for a year if they just ate catfish, So you can get a lot of food just by fishing, and with not that much effort. Tim Boy says, I guess I'll have hunt and garden a lot more since my family we not have ZZ papers to shop or enter certain places. We not have ZZ papers. I'm not sure what you're saying there. You can't enter certain places. Oh, you're talking about the injection? Like where are you at that you have to have papers to enter certain places? They got like a bouncer at the door. Show me your papers, sir. Oh. Oops. Gotcha. Show me your papers, sir. That's where they're trying to get us. Can't drive. I mean, they pretty much got that. You can't drive down the road without your papers, right? You got to have insurance, at least in some states. You got to have a driver's license. You got to have a tag. And a lot of people have just accepted this. You have to do it. Otherwise, they're going to give you problems. But There's no way that I'm going to agree that it's okay for them to require these things. I'm an American, and I have a right to move about freely in whatever means I want, on foot, on a horse, in a car. They have no right to tag me, license me, or force me to insure myself. They just don't. No matter how you try to say, well, you need to do it for this reason or that, it doesn't matter. Freedom has a price. You know, sometimes people die because you have freedom, but it's better to be free, and sometimes people die as a result of that freedom. You know, drugs might be an example of that. I mean, people should be free to put whatever they want in their body. Sometimes people are going to overdose and kill themselves. Now, it's illegal to have drugs, a lot of these drugs in America. It hasn't stopped that. It hasn't stopped that. And maybe you'll have a slight increase if people are free to do it. I don't think so. But maybe. Even so, it's better for people to be free to do what they want with their own bodies than to have this prohibition of drugs. I think prohibition of drugs has made the problem worse, personally. That could be a very lengthy discussion for multiple reasons. You know, you've given bad people a corner on the market. You've driven it to underground. You know, a man may want help, but he's afraid to go ask for help because he doesn't, want the repercussions for it, for being known. People trying to cook meth, if it was legal, it would be, it'd be just like cigarettes or beer or something. People just go down and buy it at a convenience store or something. How many people grow their own tobacco? How many people brew their own beer? For the most part, not very many. Most people, even, they'll just go buy that stuff. And and with meth, it'd be even more so because it's such a chemistry experiment to make it. So I think meth prohibition has created a situation where you have people trying to cook it and creating these problems surrounding that. That if you legalized it, if people could just get it freely and didn't have to worry about all the bullshit, they wouldn't be trying to cook it. They're still using it either way. Prohibition hasn't stopped it. It didn't stop alcohol, and it's not going to stop meth. I don't use any of those things. I'm not advocating the use of them. I'm just saying we're wasting our time, and we're making the problems worse with prohibition. So why are we doing it? It's best to always err on the side of freedom. Let the chips fall where they may. Well, the government isn't really going to recognize a sovereign citizen. They just aren't. And if you could truly be sovereign, well, there could be problems there. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that really solves anything, trying to declare yourself as a sovereign citizen. You know, I don't know. Timmy boy, I don't know. Um, kind of in a way, I declared myself sovereign years ago. I think it was in 2005, but it was had to do with the. It's kind of like a joke, but for some people, it's not so much of a joke. It has to do with the micronation community. Um, uh, I'll think of a good example of what I mean. They're not really sovereign because you can't really unless you could fight and get rid of the government that's controlling that land. You're not really going to get control of that land, but um, there's been and there's been some military altercations in some cases with micronational peoples. Um, Now, in my case, I have no citizens. Maybe one day I'll set up a website and say, hey, if you want to declare yourself a citizen of the Eternus Empire, sign up, you won't be the first citizen because I declared the forest people as all granted citizenship, and all dolphins are recognized as people, intelligent, and citizens of the empire. But currently the empire has no land, technically, unless I just declare. Well, officially, I've claimed everything. I don't recognize the authority of any government on the planet, and the Eternus Empire officially claims dominion over all land on Earth. But you have some of these situations with the micronational community. You have the guy, I can't remember what state he's in. He's in he calls it the Republic of Molossia, and it's modeled after a banana republic. And so he has this little piece of land. It's land that he owns, but he's in the United States, but he's declared it the Republic of Molossia, and it's kind of like a fun little place. You can go visit it. And he dresses in this kind of banana republic dictator uniform, and and he's got this little shack he calls the post office and shit like that, and got the border marked, and he gets interviewed sometimes. And now he's never had a military altercation, but there's been others. Like there was one guy that declared a micronation off the coast of Italy somewhere. Well, the Italian government didn't like it because I guess he had some businesses there. I think there was a casino, and they felt he was trying to evade taxes. So the Italian Navy cruised by one day and blew his micronation the fuck up. Sealand, Great Britain. Great Britain, they had these military, what do you call them? They're like a fort in the sea. They have these two big columns, and they got this platform up there. Well, they weren't using them anymore, and this guy went and occupied one, and he calls it Sealand. And he has some family members involved and stuff like that. Somebody raided the place and took over shortly, and there was I guess some issue with a German citizen, so they actually had some diplomatic relations with Germany over that situation. And there was another one of these platforms within sight of Sealand that was unoccupied, and I guess the British Navy cruised by, blew up the unoccupied platform just to kind of make a point. So It's like he's not really recognized as a nation. Like he probably can't get a seat at the UN, but there you have it. Another one where there was some military involved. I think it was Tonga or something, a small island nation that these people took over this like an atoll or something, a small island, and I think they trucked in a bunch of sand and built up the island, and were trying to build a nation, a small nation. And usually they're referred to as a micronation, kind of part of all this whole micronation thing. See, some of these are just purely jokes, and other ones aren't. Like some people are a little more serious about what they're trying to do. They're trying to create their own nation and get out from under the thumb of tyrannical governments. Well, anyway, the neighboring country did not like it. They're not using the damn island. I don't know why they care, but for whatever reason, they sent their navy and they blew it the fuck up. Icon says, that's why I need a horse. Gas is just getting ridiculous. Team Boy says, I know a Covenant store you can buy whatever you want now. I think it was Sealand had a government altercation. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they don't want to officially recognize it, because if they start doing that, it starts to become a thing. They don't want anyone else to start any new countries because they got control of all the ones that exist already. So they don't want to, that's why they got the Antarctic Treaty, because different nations took a piece of that pie down there, but at some point, they all signed an international agreement that no one else can claim land in Antarctica, any of the land that's left. Well, what gives them the right to deny me the right to go occupy some of that unused land? There's no one there. There's like some science stuff, stations and whatnot going on. A few. There's just there's not an operating country really going on down there. But all these major powers have told us we can't go down there and start a country with a primary export of penguin steaks. Or there's probably who knows? I mean, there's a whole continent down there. It's probably got oil. It's probably got mineral resources. And we're not allowed to go down there and try to eke a living down there if we want to be truly free, out from under the thumb of this massive corrupt world government. Because to me, in effect, it's a world government. They don't call it that because it spooks people, but they're all working together under this framework. Maybe you could call it the UN as a world government, but they're behaving as a world government. You can still be a Duke of Sealand for, yeah. If that's how he wants to run Sealand, where, you can get recognized as a Duke in Sealand for a price, and that's how he wants to run it. Now, that's not how I want to do things for the Eternus Empire. If I ever start really playing with it, I would want people to meet certain criterias to earn noble status. Timmy Boy says, I gotta go, brother. Had a blast. Good night, people. See y'all in the chats. See you, Timmy Boy. Thanks for coming. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a fun thing. Like I've considered reaching out to places like that and saying, hey, maybe we could collaborate on some stuff and try to give more legitimacy to what we're all trying to accomplish. And, you know, I choose monarchy because I believe monarchy to be the best form of government for humanity. Um, and that's a whole discussion. People hear that and are like, what the fuck? Are you crazy? No, I don't think so. But um, look what happens when you. I mean, look what happened in the United States. Yeah, who raises the power? People with money. Popularity contests. People who are driven to seek power. Do you want people who crave power to have power? Now, sometimes it works out all right because they want that power for the right reasons, but most of the time, that's not the case. And in an election, that's what you get. You get people who are seeking power, who crave it for the wrong reasons. Well, that's what I'm talking about. I got a document that I've kind of, been putting together for a long time. Like I said, founded this in 2005, I think it was. And, where, I've kind of examined a whole bunch of different micronations, and some of them, I don't take seriously because they're just like an obvious joke, right? Sealand's kind of more on the serious side, even though it's very small, and it ain't like he's got a ton of citizens. There was a guy I think he was in England or something, who did a TV show kind of looking at the whole micronation thing, and I guess he decided it'd be fun to create a micronation that he called Lovely. And he did a TV show about it. It's kind of a joke, but he got people signing up to become citizens of Lovely. Now everybody's living abroad technically because he didn't have land, so he decided to make his apartment, or he calls it a flat. His apartment was the official territory of Lovely. And it was an interesting show to watch. Learning some of the hard things to think about when you're trying to govern people. It's not all easy, and yeah. So I mean, but it was kind of so it's I don't consider Lovely to be one of the more serious micronations, because it was just kind of a joke in a TV show. Yeah. I mean, it's just that, how do you safely start a new nation without the other ones coming in and taking you out? You gotta tread very carefully. So my official position is we aren't looking for military altercation. Okay, I don't need, if I try to build a floating island, I don't need a neighboring nation, to get all bent and try to blow it up. The United States would be very bad to try to build next to. I guarantee you they'd blow it up. Anything that you try to do. There was a guy, it was interesting. I don't know if you would call him a micronation. He was just one guy, and he got like orange bags, like plastic mesh bags and nets and all kinds of ropes and stuff, and then empty bottles, like plastic bottles and stuff, and filled these up and tied them all together and made this floating island. And he puts like wood and soil and stuff on top of that and grew mangroves in it. And it looks, if you look at it, it's overgrown with vegetation. It's got a little house on it. It looks like an island with a little house on it, but it's floating on a bunch of garbage. And it was down there by Mexico. And at first, Mexico didn't like it, but it started drawing tourism. He calls it Spiral Island. You can find like a number of videos online about Spiral Island. It got destroyed once in a storm, but he rebuilt. And then, anyway, there come a point where he wanted to tow it away from Mexico. I guess he wasn't liking how things were going. And Mexico was like, no, that belongs to us. You can't leave. That's what we're dealing with. These people, they got to control everything. They can't stand it if one person, this is one guy floating on trash. They can't stand it if one person gets out from underneath their thumb. That's how you know you're ruled by power-hungry pieces of shit. Yeah, Mr. Lee says, I saw that. Completely floats on recycled plastic bottles. It was awesome. You know, now there's companies out there coming up with better systems and, you know, more, you know, manufactured floating structures for the idea of building more like floating islands, you know, better. And what do they call this? Seasteading. That's what they refer this to. As humans are running out of space on land, well, 3/4 of the planet's water. Well, that opens up, you know, you start building floating islands and living on those. That opens up more space for people and kind of spreads out our effect on ecosystems on the land. And I mean, there's all kinds of great things that could come from this. But I guarantee you, world governments are going to flex their muscles about this. They don't want people getting out from underneath their thumb. They want to control every last human being on the planet. And they want to control every last bit of living space on the planet. The only way to fight that is to have someone pushing back for that control, I guess. I mean, you can't get out from underneath the control without a competing government that's going to be like, you know, well, under my system, you'll be free. If you own a piece of land, you just own it. You know, like that's the Eternus Empire position on it. There's no property tax. You buy that piece of property, it's yours. If you want to live there and never participate in the economy, that's your business. You don't have to go work a job so you can pay taxes to the government. That's wrong. That's slavery. That's my position on the matter. If I ever did like build a floating platform, I was thinking of doing something up on Grand Lake, but I knew that I was going to run into all kinds of problems. There's a government organization, in effect, a government organization controlling that lake. And they would tell me, oh, you can't do that. I guarantee you they would. So I never went through with it because it's going to take a certain amount of money and time investment. You know, that was back when I owned property by the lake. Because I thought it'd be fun to do that, and then, you know, declare that my territory. I created this territory. You know, it didn't exist, and then I created it. Right? Nope. They would tell me I'm doing something wrong, even though I could prove that what I was planning on doing improves water quality. No, they wouldn't go for it. Improves wildlife. Yeah, there's different things there. Like there's a company building these kind of floating structures that are meant to provide habitat for waterfowl and stuff, and some that are specifically made to improve water quality because they're kind of a biofiltration kind of thing, using plant life that grows in the structure to remove pollution from the water. But trying to think of some other micronations that were interesting. There was one. It's in northern Europe somewhere. It's like an island, I think, where these guys kind of got together and they decided to create. I can't remember what it was called, but they created what we would typically call a micronation. But it was kind of a joke mostly, and like one of the, I think that what they say their primary export was empty beer bottles. You basically talk about some drunken fishermen. There was one that was called like the gay and lesbian kingdom of something. There's one down in Florida called Conch Republic, I think. Yeah, they have a gathering every year. Yeah, most of them are just kind of a joke. I think some have some aspirations of really becoming a real country. You know, West Arctica, yeah. There's one, that's one of the micronations. They made their claim, but again, by international law, by the big boys, they can't officially claim that part of Antarctica or any part of Antarctica. You're not allowed to claim any part of Antarctica. But it's a whole thing that most people are completely unaware of. There's one. It's between two countries over like in Europe. It's called Transnistria, I think. And there's two countries and there's like a river, and the river has changed course, and because of the definitions of where the border is between the two countries, you ended up with this piece of land that kind of wasn't officially part of either country. Because they had different definitions of where the border was, and the river moved. So there was this land. So they're trying to be an official real country. And of course, there's some pushback by the neighboring countries. They're not liking that whole deal. They don't want to share the world with any new countries. West Arctica has to be serious. It's bloody cold down there. Yeah, it is very cold down there. But I suspect that there is a lot more going down there than just a cold wasteland. There's a reason why the governments of the world. Why do we have politicians visiting down there? There's something serious down there, and I think it's remnants left over from. But there's a couple of things that could be. There could be an ongoing advanced civilization down there. The Nazis were very interested in that place, or leftover structures and possibly technology from the ancient civilization, whatever you want to call that civilization, from that ended about 13,000 years ago, or appears to have ended 13,000 years ago. There's more. It's not. There's stuff down there, guaranteed, preserved for thousands of years, and now our government seems to have an interest in it. Well, so we decided tonight that Bill Gates is a bad guy. Gil Bates. Dang it, I said his name. The only thing you can do is control what you eat. Try to get land before the prices skyrocket too much. At least a little bit. It's possible, Icon. Very possible. Yeah. I tell you what, if I ever did acquire some territory and go and try and start a new country, I'd be grabbing kin. We need some Ken Wheeler science up in that bitch. You know, can't operate off the bullshit that everyone's been taught. Einstein bullshit. I call up Ken. I say, look, we built this floating island nation out here. We're chilling, having a good time. We'll give you a house and a pair of umbrella cockatoos. Icon knows what I'm talking about. The rest of you probably have no idea. He'll probably ask, well, are guns allowed in your country? I said, we don't allow people to immigrate to the Eternus Empire if they don't have a sidearm. Now, after you get here, you want to sell all your guns, that's your business. But you will not immigrate without weapons. I want to know, at the very least, that you can protect your own ass when you come down here. Clearly we're going to have to establish a population of alligators on the island. And tell Ken and say, hey, we got your neighbor over here. Icon sees Mr. No is his name. He's a professional alligator wrangler, and he'll kill the gators and tan the leather, and he'll sell you the leather, and then you can make wallets. See, we'll figure this out. And see, it's an artificial island, so there's no need for bag limits, right? Ain't like anyone could truly wipe out all the alligators anyway. You'd have to really be trying. But so it ain't like, oh, it's an endangered species. Well, there actually is not supposed to be any of this shit here. Yeah, Mr. Lee. Yeah, that's Ken Wheeler. He wants umbrella. He really wants umbrella cockatoos. So that's why I said I'd try to entice him to come live in the Eternus Empire with umbrella cockatoos. Yeah, you could sell the meat to Mr. Lee over here, and then Mr. Lee can have an alligator restaurant. Be at the Mr. Lee 3PO grill. See, we done got a society put together already. Yep. freedom, 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 freedom. That's what it's all based on, though. Yeah, Mr. Lee. Well, you might be able to figure out some way to. There might be some way to combat that issue. I kind of wonder if you like salted it and let it salt it, kind of like we do a steak. You salt the steak really heavy, and then it'll tenderize it. Maybe that'll work with gator. Icon says he makes a mean alligator po' boy. Make a po' boy sandwich, gator. See, it'll be world famous. So I don't know. It's just something to play around with, the micronation thing. I could see the potential if enough people were interested in the idea of slowly transforming all their societies and transitioning to a different government. So let's say, everyone in, Puerto Rico agreed that they didn't want to be under Puerto Rican government anymore, and they wanted to be part of the Eternus Empire. Well, how much is the Puerto Rican government going to be able to stop that from occurring? If enough people are on board, enough people like the policies that I am an advocate for, who knows? Who knows what could happen? A peaceful transition, hopefully. That's because I don't want to try and suggest anyone have a war or something that's going to be seen as a threat by their government. Because as I was talking about earlier, these are just minor, small groups of people, and they got recognized world nations blowing them up. It's because they see that there's a potential there, a real threat to their power. They don't like it. Icon says, Mr. Lee, gotta beat the crap out of it to tenderize it. Been doing it for years. Sandwich. Bones wants a sandwich, I think. Michael says, I want an alligator hide Speedo. Wasn't somebody, Icon, I think you might have seen some of this where people are asking Ken if he'd make them something like that, or like, I think they said an alligator thong or a leather thong. They're always asking Ken about stuff like that, and he's like, what the hell's wrong with you people? Mr. Lee says, they say, Icon, yes, they say gator sushi is good. Icon says, Mr. Lee never thought of gator sushi. We'll have to try that. Is it safe to eat as sushi? I don't know. Never heard of it being eaten raw. But maybe you can. So I don't know. Yeah, because selling the dukedom in Sealand, that's, I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of way to generate. Because, see, if you don't have taxes, you got to generate government revenue somehow. Unless you're just a billionaire already. You got to generate revenue somehow. So I don't know. I know that some are selling citizenship. So you send people an official document or whatever, but selling a dukedom or knighting a person perhaps, or that's If you're trying to fund the government, I mean, because you need funding, you can't do anything without some kind of funding, you know. But you need the support too. You need support from people. So how do you get people to know you're there and visualize the possibilities if enough people are on board? If you got 75% of the voters of a place saying, "Hey, we're sick. This government sucks. We want this other one over here. So you guys get the fuck out." There might be some possibilities there, but you have to be very careful. If you degrade into a war, well, none of these micronations are going to be able to fight a war. They don't have the tremendous revenue, and they don't have an established military. So I don't know. Icon says, "Yep, I asked for a gator leather biker vest and cod piece." So you were one of them. That's hilarious. Yeah. Ken wears a few different hats. I kind of feel like it's a waste of his mind, of his time to do leather work. He should be, man, if he had a government position, government funding, some of the things that he could do in the world of science is got to be beyond imagination. How the hell? I mean, but it's just like Tesla, right? Tesla was left high and dry, died poor. Possibly the greatest mind of the last century. Just almost forgotten for a bit there, and the government didn't do right by him, and it's just people not recognizing enough that they needed to fund this guy, and the world that we could have today would have been so different. And I think Ken is another. Maybe he's not a genius on the level of Tesla, but he's up there, and he's living a poor life when he should be taken on by somebody and funded to the max to accomplish great things. Icon says Kenny needs to get the fuck out of there and live simple on his farm if he knows what's good for him. Yeah, but I guess he's still doing his photography business, and yeah, I just wish he was funded, man. But we're in a world that exacts control, partly because they control information, and the government has to know everything Ken's trying to teach people. They have to know, but they want it kept under wraps, I think. And yeah, they're going to be perfectly happy to leave him to die poor, just like Tesla. So that's where we're at. He could create a world where energy is no longer, it's just not even an issue anymore. Imagine if he could develop anti-gravity tech to his fullest ability. You know, he's building those tiny little devices out of just crap. And, man, I don't know. It may be the Eternus Empire. Maybe I should declare him the official Imperial mage. Declare him the wizard. Oh shit, that sounds like Triple K Club shit. Damn it. Oh well. Icon says he's been so mired down by all his work, he's starting to lose sight of what's going on. It's hard to watch. Well, he's been doing those videos trying to, see what's going on. Like he's been talking about Australia a lot lately. I don't know what people he knows down in Australia, but he said he knows people down there, talking about the internment camps that they're setting up down there. I saw the video where he was talking about how I guess Australia's got a lot of Karens that and all that bullshit. I think Australia is going to be in a bad state pretty soon. Their liberty is going to go away. Whatever they have left, if they don't start pushing back against all these lockdown crap, and it's just ridiculous. So yeah, I don't know. There's this. They've created a world where there's no way out, and they've amassed such power that you probably can't fight your way out and replace the government. The voting is rigged, and protests don't do anything. And sometimes, if you're real unlucky, they attack you for protesting, even though you're supposed to have a right to protest. It's just a goddamn mess. So what do we do? Icon says Aussie truckies are going on strike at the end of the month. They're parking all their trucks in the middle of the highway system and leaving them there. Awesome. Yeah, we'll see how the Australian government responds. I hope they can stick to their guns and get the Australian government to stand the fuck down, and preferably removed. Completely replace that bitch. If your government's willing to do that kind of shit to you, you don't need them. They need to be replaced. Hopefully some truckers here in the United States see that, because that'd be something, because products stop moving. A lot of people support the truckers, and they might look at that and say, well, maybe I should do something myself to take a stand with them. And other people will just be mad because they can't get the shit they want, so maybe they take it out on the government instead of taking it out on the truckers. I don't know. Of course, I don't think the government gives a shit if the truckers stop, other than if it affects their ability to control people, because they can get whatever they want anyway. The icon says by the tens of thousands. That'll be something to see. I hope it's successful in changing things. You know, you can't get enough people to just stop performing whatever function you're performing, whatever job you're doing, and just walk away. I mean, because everybody's got to live. They still got to buy food and feed their kids. And, you know, so it's hard to get a person to join in that kind of protest, that level. You know, you're not just standing on a street corner with a sign. You're actually taking the economy offline to an extent that the government has to stop whatever bullshit that they're pulling. Icon says, kind of like the farmers, I don't think there are enough truckers left in the States that give a shit to do anything. It could be true. I don't know. But it would be certainly interesting to see something like that occur here. If they, you know, it seems like the trucking companies are hurting for drivers as it is. So you wouldn't need all of them to stand down. You would just need some of them. You know, I mean, it's already been bad enough about, you know, about some things you couldn't get, you know. We had that damn toilet paper shortage nonsense, which didn't make any damn sense, but there it was. Didn't really affect me, but some people were freaked out because they were trying to get their toilet paper and there wasn't any, you know, because other people were hoarding, you know. Didn't make any sense to me. I try not to go into Walmart if I can help it. But I went at that time to just kind of see, you know, because people were posting online, you know, pictures, and there's no toilet paper on the shelves. And I was like, this is crazy. Why are people, it don't make any sense. You know, I looked around the store and like food had been hit pretty hard, but there was still lots of food. And I'm thinking, you know, if you're worried about some, you know, this shit's, food's top priority, right? Wiping your ass is secondary. If you're not eating, you're not going to have to need to wipe to be damn crude about it, right? Why the hell are you buying a ton of toilet paper, and why is there still food on the shelves? Food should disappear off the shelf before toilet paper does. It was just goddamn stupid. Icon says it would be easy enough to do with all the broken down Swift and Hunt trucks that break down in traffic. Yeah. I almost applied to both those companies. I'm kind of glad I didn't actually go through with it. Icon says it would be, I already saw that one. I guess that posted twice. TP was a diversion. Could have been. It was just weird. And a game to see who was playing. Yeah. I mean, that was, a lot of that was caused by the media. You know, like they may not have started the issue, but they certainly drove it. Because the more they're reporting on it, the more people are freaking out. You know, people who weren't freaked out by whatever it was that was the initial cause, became freaked out that they wouldn't be able to get toilet paper because other people are freaking out and buying all the toilet paper. So now you have more people buying toilet paper, not because of the pandemic, but because other people were freaking out and buying up all the toilet paper. So they were afraid they wouldn't be able to get some now. And so now it was just a goddamn mess. It was stupid. Now, it didn't affect me because of the way I live my life. I had no shortage. But, it's like Men in Black, where he tells Agent K, tells Agent J, people are panicky animals. They freak out. They shouldn't, but they do. So, and that's going to be one of the major dangers when something really bad happens. Other people who are freaked out, you don't know how they're going to act, how they're going to react. If they can't get food, I mean, you're in danger. If they think you got food, you are in danger, very big danger. Stampede mentality over toilet paper. Yep, Icon. Yeah. Well, the way I live my life, because I'm a van life person. I live the mobile life, so I don't keep toilet paper on board. I use the gym, restaurant, convenience store, just wherever. I don't really need campgrounds, whatever. There was always there was always supplies everywhere I went, so I don't keep any on board. It's just not something I need the way I live my life, so it didn't really affect me. It was just, it's spooky because I'm looking around and I'm seeing people that are panicked, and that's a danger. They are a danger to me. If they get a little more freaked out than they are, we're going to have some trouble. Yeah, I guess you could call it that. About, I don't know, at least the last 20 years, I got used to, I'm in the gym all the time, and I got used to showering all the time at the gym, and it got to where I wasn't really hardly showering at home at all. It was just the way I lived my life. And so as I transitioned to a more of a minimalist lifestyle, that was something that didn't change. I was already showering at the gym all the time and not really using the shower at home very much. So it works. So I'm not paying a water bill. I'm not paying to heat and cool a big house. I don't have a water heater. I mean, I guess you could say I'm paying in a roundabout way when I pay my gym membership. But, and, if the shit gets too wild in whatever town I'm in, or I get sick of the town, all I got to do is turn on my ignition and away I roll. And I'll just go somewhere where it's better. Or if it gets really bad, so this whole van is my bug out bag. I don't have a bug out bag. Everything I have is here. So all I got to do is just drive away. Icon says that minimalist lifestyle of yours is about the best way to go. I might be doing that soon enough. Yeah. If you think you can do it. I think, it's hard to do with families, but there's people that do. Um, I can't remember that. What's the name? I think it's they have a YouTube channel, Justin and Juby, I think. They're a couple. They both have dreadlocks. They have a kid, and they live on a bus. And they're just kind of, I don't know, kind of hippie-ish type people, I guess. You can do it. You know, humans for thousands of years lived, you know, a nomadic lifestyle, and you know, and they had very much less than what I have. You know, they didn't have an internal combustion engine. You know, they didn't. They might carry around maybe a teepee or something. Uh, their personal belongings might be a piece of flint and a stone-tipped spear. You know, maybe some minimal animal hide clothing of some kind, but they didn't. That's how they live. That's how we're designed and evolved to live. So, the way I live is luxury compared to the way ancient people lived. Icon says, I lived down my 19-foot camper for a couple of years in the high deserts of Washington State. It was heavenly. Yeah. I had an 18-foot travel trailer for a number of years that I lived in. And I've just kind of reduced down, you know, more and more. You know, people are used to living and they think they need all that square footage. They don't. You know, if you just, once you adjust to the living in that smaller amount of space and you're kind of permanently on a camping trip, you know, and you just got to adjust to it. And then you start looking at the numbers, though, how much money you save, you know. Like with my travel trailer, I didn't even pay much for the damn thing. Somebody had it sitting in a pasture that they just didn't care about it anymore. It had like a leaky roof, so I had to, you know, do some repairs for the roof, you know, and to get that set up, and then I did a remodel on the inside of it, and you know, I didn't need the extra fold-out bed stuff and all that stuff, and I kind of redesigned the interior, and they wanted $50 for the thing. I talked them into giving it to me, though. You know, because it was just sitting there. If it sat there a few more years with that roof leak, it would have rotted everything out, and it would have collapsed in anyway. And they knew it. They knew it. That thing was just going to be something to haul off within a short time. Don't know why your messages are doubling up. Yeah, I don't know. Just some glitch in the matrix, man. Icon, it's not showing in chat. I'm seeing the last two messages Icon did. Well, before the don't know why, before this one, like this one doubled up, and another one doubled up. Well, the other one went away. Well, maybe it's just that one. I don't know. Sometimes it does that. I don't know. So I think more people need to be, you know, back on Gil Bates. I think more people need to be alarmed by what this guy's up to. You know, why is he buying up all this farmland? He's up to something. And I think he's trying to establish more control over our food supply. He wants to make sure we're all eating his Roundup Ready GMO bullshit. He wants to make sure we all get the shot. I think that's what he's after. He wants badly to control our population, whether we like it or not, and we don't get a choice in the matter. He's said it before. I mean, he knows. We know what he's. We know, but most people they're not paying attention, or even if they've heard about it, they just don't think it. Maybe they don't think it's real, or they don't think it really affects them. I don't know, but everybody's getting poisoned by this shit. Icon says Master Bates is buying up land to create ag land for serfs. Yeah, he's gonna be a big time plantation owner before it's over with. So I know people that care about their liberty. I think we all need to just make it a serious goal to buy some land and just try to just stand our ground there and don't eat anything that doesn't come off our own land. Or if you do buy food, buy it from someone isn't doing anything funky to it. Grass-fed cows, no chemicals sprayed on their crops, something. But it's hard. People just want to roll into Walmart and buy whatever's convenient to buy at Walmart, and most of that is just garbage. Mr. Lee, what is it, like 5 a.m. over there? Jeez. What do you think we should talk about on Saturday on Lockbeard Phenomena? I'm waiting to see if I had any negative response to the last one, and I just haven't seen anything. I mean, unless some of the mentioned channels, are saying stuff on their channels. I don't know. I don't watch their channels anymore. But yeah. Figured I'd try to start thinking about something in particular to focus on for next Saturday. Pretty much said all I really care to say about that at this point, about the hoaxers and the channels that host them. But I don't really see any reason to I don't see much reason to talk dog man, because there just doesn't seem to be any evidence of dog man. And it's just not even something that seems to make any sense would even exist. People claim they see it, but I think they've been misidentifying something or hallucinating or something. At least with Sasquatch, it makes sense that there could be another race of humans in the forest that are just a little bigger and hairier. But dog man, come on, show some evidence. Show some evidence. Icon says next stream should cover the question of humans doing Sasquatch's bestiality or not. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Icon. I don't know. It's some of these is kind of hard. Like if let's say we were going to look at ghosts. As you know, as someone who watches Ken, we probably have a very different definition of what a ghost is than your average person out there, and we see it as well, at least I do, and it seems that Ken does, and perhaps you do as well, as a scientifically explainable thing, not just a magic thing. So, but how do you is it even worth trying to explain it to your average person, I guess, is what I'm saying. I don't know. Icon says, as funny as it is, the technicalities are off the charts. Well, I think they're a race of people. I just think they're human, so it wouldn't be bestiality. However, I don't see a normal human female surviving a pregnancy or even the breeding process. And if the female in the situation was the Sasquatch, I have a feeling her uterus would reject normal human sperm as inferior, or if she did have a half-breed baby, it would die trying to live in a normal Sasquatch society. It just wouldn't be tough enough, or it might even just be killed for being inferior. Bones says there's some stories. Icon says, once Ken explained the spirit radio thing, the ghost concept was easy to figure out. Yeah. Yeah, but for a lot of people, it's a mystical, it's a magic thing. And I don't just operate off magic. Now, if you explain magic as, as a scientific concept and a way to manipulate reality just by understanding how the universe really works, well, but that's the problem. That's the problem using the word soul or spirit or ghost or magic or all those words are loaded. They're loaded. They carry this connotation, a certain understanding that most people have of those words is they're all mystical things instead of scientifically explainable things. So I think a certain percentage of people would reject it out of hand just because you're taking the magic out of their world, and they just don't like it. They want they need the magic in their world, and so I would become an asshole just by taking the magic away from them. Icon says, somebody find me a lady Sasquatch. I'll take one for science. Well, you might want to ease into. You might try one of them French girls that doesn't shave her pits. See if you can make it through that. Only showers every other day. That's my understanding about the French. See if you can make it through that, then you might. Sasquatch would be a big step, though, man. And I guarantee it'd be like throwing a hot dog down a hallway. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. They're best very smooth, if you know what I mean. So yeah, you need to try a hippie girl or something. Somebody don't shave her legs or her pits and might not shower very often. And yeah, hippie chicks. Yeah. So the question is was the range? I'm trying not to get too net. Was the range of sexual acts you were willing to perform reduced by dating such a woman? Just if you get my drift. Because you kind of, for certain things, you kind of want her to be clean. I want her to be clean anyway, but in general, and if it was not reduced, would you be willing to perform such acts on a Sasquatch? The appropriate foreplay. Because I have a feeling hopefully, I mean, you might have a challenge. You might have some muscle burn in your tongue. Yeah, Icon says, yeah, clean is a must. Not a fan of flossing my teeth after eating. Yeah. I mean, your head might literally disappear if you hook up with a Sasquatch girl. You know how it goes. She reaches down and grab you by the head, and then Sasquatch women are strong. You might get lost for a little bit. Boy, this conversation took a turn. Icon says, sign me up. Oh boy, you are brave. Very brave, Icon. Where are you located at anyway? You said you've been eating gator a lot, so you're probably down southeast in Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana. One of those states, maybe Texas. Maybe southern Arkansas. You only live once and can't die. Well, if you're joking about this, you need to go to a channel and see a video. There's this guy. He's kind of got he's not serious. It's all a joke. His Sasquatch stuff is all a joke because he has videos where he's got a hand and stuff like that. And anyway, the channel is called Peter Kane Dog Training, and he's got a video. You should be able to search for video female Bigfoot or female Sasquatch, or I can't remember the name of the video. But anyway, he tells a story about how he got taken advantage of by a female Sasquatch. It's hilarious. You live in Wisconsin, have to import my gator meat through the internet. I see. Yeah, there ain't no gators in Wisconsin. Some neat land up there. I've visited. I remember we went to the shore of the lake, and this beach that we were on was just it was just amazing because it wasn't sand. It was all cobblestones, like about average of that size. Thousands and thousands of cobblestone beach, and there was like a creek coming in and dumping into the lake. It was awesome up there in Wisconsin. Yeah. Apparently she did him in some poison ivy, and and they went 2 rounds. Yeah, it's called Peter Caine with a CAINE dog training is the channel name, and it's I can't remember the name of the video. The particular video. He's got some other funny stuff, but that one where he got forcibly taken by a female Sasquatch. I don't want to say the R word because, I keep waiting for YouTube to just shut my shit down because, they've done it to other people. So I don't know if I'm flirting just below that line well enough or what. Yes, it was shores of Lake Superior, round rock beaches. It was just, it's just something we don't see down here. Here in Oklahoma, our lakes, well, for one, our lakes are tiny little puddles compared to Lake Superior, and they're all mud or rocks, like jagged rocks. Like down here, it's mud in these lakes in this area, and then up where I was in northeast Oklahoma, it's like limestone, dolomite, chert rock. It's all jagged, and it's not rounded rocks like that. Yeah, Uncle Bones, you seen that video too? Yeah. I guess some people don't figure out that Peter Caine is joking at first. So they start calling bullshit on it. Well, of course it's bullshit. It's satire, and he's not serious. He's not, Yeah, that was Grand Lake. I lived around and right next to Grand Lake and had property for many years. I've just this year moved away from there. Sold my land last year, and I've come down further south, close to Muskogee, Oklahoma. So I'm just outside the Ozark Plateau area now. Kind of miss it. Mr. Lee 3PO says the electric boogaloo viper lives in the Sandra Islands of Indonesia. It's an aggressive predator, but the snake is blue. Check it out. I've never even heard of that. A blue snake. I don't know. I'm going to have to guess it. That might be. You sure it isn't a joke? Mr. Lee 3PO. sometimes people make up fake animals online and because I know that a lot of people would love to find um, would love to develop a snake that has a true blue color on it, and it's just not something that's really a real thing. Blue Vipers, Electric Boogaloo. What in the hell am I looking at, Mr. Lee? I see a YouTube video. I don't want to turn that on though. It's going to eat up my bandwidth up in here.
Welcome back to the second
installment.
Blue Snakes.
Somebody could have played with the color on the video, for all I know. Yeah. I'm going to have to confirm that thing. I've never seen that before. Mr. Lee. Because that's that's way outside the norm. You know what I mean? Breaking 2, Electric Boogaloo. What the hell is that? Jesus. That's some kind of game or something? So where's the species name? Cause see, this video shows it's called. This has got to be some kind of joke, man. They don't smoke marijuana in Muskogee. Where'd you hear that from? I'm sitting not 30 feet from a grow house. It's not mine, but it's totally legit. But you know what I mean? I've witnessed plenty of that going on in Muskogee. Well, I don't know, Mr. Lee. I've never heard of that. Okay, I see this one video. Is there a species name?
A lot still find that hard to believe. Some think it's a lab-made product, but oh no,
because
they're very real and very natural.
I don't know.
Right before the jungle trip down south, so I had to
what is going on here?
Temporary tub, so babies become easier to separate and overall be in a safer spot.
I see this neck. This further on, it don't look as blue. It looks more of a greenish
she had just
blue.
Been in the birthing process about an hour or so before I got back. So I got to witness a couple more babies.
I don't know. It looks like a green snake that maybe they played with the color on.
That yolk sac.
Dude, I don't know.
Perhaps the
I'm not seeing a whole lot on it. You would think if it's real, there'd be a whole bunch of these. I don't know, Mr. Lee. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to find something to confirm. YouTube isn't confirmation. I'm trying to look at the comments on that video. I'm not seeing anyone saying straight up debunking it. I don't know. Maybe I'll figure it out later. One of the lines from the song Okie from Muskogee. Oh yeah, forgot about that. VPXM, welcome. You're coming in on the end. Yeah, I remember now. Okie from Muskogee. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Lee, I don't know. Either they play with the color on the video or that's something that's just unique. Because I know a lot of snake collectors would love to own a blue snake. It's just not a color you see in snakes. Yeah, so I don't know. And this, like you think a Wikipedia page would pop up for it. But, you know, that would at least give you a starting point. So, I don't know. Like there's a snake with a blue stripe. A blue coral snake. There's that. That's not a solid blue snake. And yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of people that would love to get their hands on a solid blue snake. So I just never heard of it. It's surprising to me that I've never heard of it if it exists. Is why I'm kind of resistant to believing what I'm seeing. And it doesn't show, like, I'm not seeing a species name listed. You know, what is that thing? You look further in the video and they're just green. So I just don't know, man. I think they might have played with the color in the video to make that like that. I just don't know. I don't know, Mr. Lee. It's just, if you find out, let me know. Yeah. Icon says Hank 3 did an excellent cover of the tune with the Melvins. Watching it eat looks real, Mr. Lee. Bone says looks real, but is it? Well, they could have just played with the color of the video, though. You know, I mean, it wouldn't be that hard to, you know, it's just like, yes, it wouldn't be that hard to do that. So, I don't know. What else y'all want to talk about tonight? Been on here for a while. Might want to think about wrapping it up. I think we all agree Gil Bates is a bad guy and he's up to something, buying up all this land, and it can't be good. He's trying to shrink our population. It's, against our will. He's got some people convinced that he's good, and like I said, I agree that we need to stop our population growth, but it's not necessary in the United States and Europe because our population is our birth rate is already way too low. We're not replacing the previous generation. We don't need population control. We're effectively, in some European countries, plummeting towards extinction. We don't need population control. So take all that shit over to some of those countries where they're breeding out of control. If you're gonna start that shit, why they seem to be targeting us? Something, it's like we're under attack specifically. We're trying to be genocided. Somebody's trying to take us out. They are real, Bones. That's crazy. Never seen a solid blue snake. BPXM says, in my opinion, YouTube Mark, there are multiples just like Trudeau. Multiples of what? Oh, you think you say you subscribe to the clone conspiracy that there's clones of these guys? I mean, I've heard people say that they think there's a clone of a bunch of different leaders, and I haven't seen anything that I would call. There's no evidence. This is, it's all claims. I mean, it seems very far-fetched, but yeah. So is that what you're saying? It's a weird one. Icon says, I'm going to make like a fetus and head out. Well, a while ago, you were trying to put your head in to a female Sasquatch. Have to get up early and feed the neighbor's horses. Have a good night. Akios, Mr. Lee 3PO, VPXM, Uncle Bones. Yep. Thanks, man. Thanks for dropping by. I'll see you next time. We've gone too long anyway tonight, so I'm probably going to wrap her up here pretty quick. So we'll see you next time, man. Bone says they are real. Well, VPXM, I just don't know if videos are adequate for evidence. A lot of stuff can be faked now. So, you know what I mean? I kind of need, I need more. I don't know. They can fake videos so much. It's like I've seen people trying to claim that a bunch of these world leaders were reptilians because they, their eyes turned to slits and stuff like, all this stuff can be faked. The videos aren't evidence of anything if, unless we can truly authenticate that it's real and it hasn't been altered, and I don't know, man. It's kind of like we talk about Sasquatch a lot on here, and video evidence. Like, I'm kind of resistant to accepting video evidence of Sasquatch because I know I could find a really big guy. Like, I know a guy that's practically as big as a lot of people claim a Sasquatch is, just about, and put him in a spandex suit with hair on it and do some movie, Hollywood quality work on the face and shoot a video of him, and everyone would be like, this looks like a completely legit video, except it's an actor in a costume. So there, no CGI required. It would be so easy. But so I'm just not, video isn't going to be enough for me with Sasquatch. And so I don't know, people saying there's these clones and stuff, and like, I know I saw people saying, well, look, his ear's different now and stuff like that. Well, I don't know. They're going to have to come up with some pretty solid stuff before I'm going to entertain that too much. You too, Icon. VPXM says, I understand I have gigs of data on various stuff, have bit of reason for their black eyes. Look up Indonesian snakes and you will find it, not the video. Okay. All right, y'all. Is there anybody got any suggestions for future videos? Y'all want to talk about a certain subject, or either on Random Live or on Phenomena? Maybe we can look at some stuff. I'm not really sure. I kind of don't want to, because this last Saturday, we talked a lot about the hoaxes and scams and stuff, and I kind of don't want to really talk about that again too soon, Well, yeah, I don't know what. Well, Lockbeard Phenomenon is on Saturday nights at 6 Central, so you can kind of plan for that if you want. That's the paranormal stuff, Bigfoot, UFO, ghost, or whatever we, it can vary. Random lives they're random lives because they're just at random times. I never know when I'm gonna do one, and it's for various subjects: politics, science, pop culture, whatever. Whatever the chat really wants to talk about. Usually, I'll kind of have a subject to start with, so that we don't really necessarily stick to it the whole time. Anything in particular about the Sasquatches? You could try to get Icon to come on and explain in detail what he plans to do to his Sasquatch female. But I don't know. I really wish somebody would find some new evidence. Have a good night, Bones. Take her easy. It's just there just isn't anything, and I'm kind of thinking when this expedition done by a certain channel that I think I've made clear I do not like anymore. it's almost like I feel like it's at a point where they got to produce something good, and they probably didn't find anything that was actually good, and it feels like it's a situation where they're ripe for an attempt to fake something, or somebody that knew somebody involved might have tried to fake something. I don't know. I don't know. So when that comes out, there may be some stuff to talk about on that. I really wish I had the resources to do some looking, because I think I have some ideas of what I need to be looking for to try and find if there are living pterosaurs in the areas in Oklahoma. There've supposedly been a number of sightings here, and I think it. I I have a feeling there's certain things I need to be looking for. So to find them if they're there. So, but need money to do stuff like that. It just can't. You can't just can't do. Just can't do that stuff without funding. SOR. I haven't been watching them anymore. They blocked me, and I just didn't, whatever. And yeah, I'm blocked, Mr. Lee. And not you listen from time to time. Well, I was blocked. I may not still be blocked, but the reality is that I don't feel like SOR is to be taken seriously. They host a lot of just ridiculous shit, and if you're someone that's looking for real answers, you have that dude on there like every month or every week or something who is like talking like he's got the inside track on dozens of different species, and he knows everything about them. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. This guy's obviously just completely full of shit, and Dave's just sitting there just letting him roll. Well, I'm sorry, Dave, but your show is a joke. Yeah, for two people who want facts and want to see you talk to people that are legit. This guy is that's just the one that sticks to my head the most. He just goes on and on. He knows all these, like, he just knows everything about all these different aliens, and not a lick of evidence to be produced. None. This guy is clearly just lying his ass off, and that's what Dave's channel's about. So I've lost interest, especially after I had that run-in with Duke. Duke's full of shit too. I'm sorry if that hurts people's feelings. No, actually I'm not. I don't give a fuck. He's full of shit, and he was banning me. He was the one that was blocking me. He blocked me from his channel, and he doesn't want to take on any scrutiny. If you dare to challenge him, and at least he's going to take you out. Duke can come in my chat. I'm not going to block him because I'm not afraid of what he has to say. He fears the challenge that I bring and other people like me. That's why he's blocking me. He's just another goddamn pussy. to be perfectly blunt. He's scared of typed words on the screen. And now Dave was a little more diplomatic with me, and he seems nice enough, but I'm sorry, he's hosting the likes of Duke as a moderator, and that guy, I can't remember that guy's name. That guy, I mean, he just knows everything about all these different alien species, and he's just going on and on. He's in communicate. It's just crazy, absolutely insane claims with no proof whatsoever. Whoops, it jumped on me. I'm not listening from time to time. Jason from Trinity Burkett, the Richards has seen a pterosaur, haven't he? Yeah, but they text blocked me from that channel because they had a person on there, and I was questioning them, and they didn't like it, so they blocked me. And he tries to act like he lets people talk, and he tried to say that in a response in comments, but at the end, he's got me banned. So I don't watch their channel really anymore. They seem like nice enough guys most of the time, but look, the people they're showing their hand, they're showing their cards that they're peddlers of bullshit, and they know it, and they cannot endure people freely expressing themselves in the chat or in the comments. They're afraid of free expression. If you're afraid of free expression in your comments or your chat, you're kind of exposing yourself as a peddler of bullshit. So, just trying to be clear about that situation. Lockbeard, some stuff is good, but I agree, 100% radio style. Yeah, and hey, well, it's like on Squatch Talk the other night. I think it was on Squatch Talk. JC or whoever it was on there saying, as long as you label it as entertainment, it's just entertainment. Whatever. Fine. But if you're trying to convince people that this is all true and you're presenting facts, you're a liar, is what you are. You're a liar. I don't begrudge you doing your business and selling your book and running your channel and all that stuff, but if you're helping people maintain a delusion of something as a fact when it just isn't, it's starting to bug me, because spreading incorrect ideas and people get really invested in it, and then they're showing up over here trying to push some kind of bullshit, and then I gotta shut it down, and they don't like that, so they're gonna but they've been programmed with just bullshit, and it's not helping us get to the truth of anything when people are peddling all this bullshit, if it's true. So, yeah. Quick witty, who's that Lockbeard? Well, I've been mentioning different people. Someone brought up SOR, which is Spaced Out Radio. They got a YouTube channel, it's a radio show. I think they're on for about 3 hours every night of the week, but they, have guests on there that are just obviously fucking liars. They just are. Dave seems like a really nice guy. And then Duke he's got a channel called, I hate to give him advertising, but it's called World Bigfoot Radio. He's a peddler of bullshit. He not only has he apparently proven and discovered Bigfoot, he has been able to classify various types of Bigfoot. We haven't even proven this thing exists with one fucking body. How do you know there's different types of them? You don't know that. You don't know that shit. Stop it, Duke. You're full of shit. You're just say it. Say, look, I think, or I guess this is. He acts like he knows some shit, and he's like that old man who's like, I know what I know, and you can't take, it's just. I wouldn't be so pissed at him if he didn't block me multiple times. He can't even have the argument or the discussion. He can't endure the challenge. So he has the ability to shut down the challenge. Now, hey, do it if you want to, but he can come in my chat and say whatever the fuck he wants, because I believe in free expression. And if I'm wrong about something, I'm totally willing to be proven wrong, but you better bring the proof. And I'm not trying to lie to anybody. I'm not looking to make money off of bullshit. And some of these people are. And that's why they're mad. And that's why they want to block people. Is they have built a business model of bullshit. And they cannot let you tell people that they are peddling bullshit. Well, this kind of drove me to start getting on here. I've put this off for 15 or 16 years. Whenever YouTube come out, in the beginning I was thinking about getting on YouTube, but finally, people were like, hey, get on there, and I'm like, no, I don't know. It sounds like a pain in the ass. So these people thought they were going to shut me up by blocking me from their channel. So you know what? I'll just start a channel, and now people can see me saying it and the words coming out of my mouth. And so, you're going to see that, when you try to shut people up, they're going to come at you harder and in a way that you can't shut up. You need to welcome free expression, whether you like what they're saying or not. Period. If you don't like that, to me, you're not a real American. A real American loves liberty. Period. Even when it's a freedom that you do not use. So like we mentioned meth earlier. I think people should be free to use goddamn meth. And I usually try to put in there that, well, there's reasons, because the prohibition makes it worse, right? But ultimately, it doesn't matter if it makes it worse or not. What matters is that people have the right to do to their own bodies what they please. That's freedom. Liberty should be protected at all costs. And I will never use the liberty of using meth. I have no interest in using any drugs. I've never even tried marijuana. I don't even drink. But I believe people have the right to do those things if they want to. And, anti-freedom people, I will come after you. Verbally. You don't like liberty, you and I are on a different goddamn page. I think I addressed that, quick witty. And then I see that guy is corny as fuck. Yeah. Yep, truth hurts. Yeah, guys, sometimes it's not even real people. Platform algorithms are I don't know. So if you guys, because I don't know if everybody is aware of the pages that do seem to be embracing proper inquiry and discussion on the subject, and allowing people to actually ask questions. You got a lot more logical thought, and not willing to just accept any kind of bullshit. You're looking at channels like Squatch Talk and Something to Sasquatch About, and Western New York Bigfoot Investigation Group channel. These are the kind of channels if you haven't heard of them, you might want to check out, because you're gonna see a more intelligent side of the Bigfoot community and other cryptids and stuff like that, paranormal. Mr. Lee says, yeah, people should have the right to choose. I agree with that, Lockbeard. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Because I could block whoever I wanted. I could say, well, this is my channel. I could block it. Sure. Technically, it's my property in a way, right? I can block whoever I want. But what are my ideals? My ideals center around liberty. And how I manage my channel is an expression of what my ideals are. So when I see people that are quick to block people just for asking questions, I see people that do not have my ideals. They are anti-freedom people who deserve my ire and my disgust. And I don't accept them if they may be an American. I don't accept them as a real American. They can be a citizen all day long. But if you are willing to actively use what little power you have on your YouTube channel to suppress free expression, you've shown me that you're probably not someone I want beside me in a foxhole. You're going to cut and run. You don't stand for much, apparently. So, I completely disagree with flat earthers, but you got a couple guys in here that are flat earthers, and they come in here, they can say it if they want to. I might even read their comments. I don't care. Bring it. But I'm going to respond. I'm going to disagree. But at least we're talking. And at least everybody's free to express themselves in the chat. Now I gotta draw a line to getting on screen though, because now that's something that's going to be a potential threat to the channel. Especially if someone pulls that bullshit they tried to pull over on Squatch Talk. I still don't know what they were trying to put on the screen, but apparently it was something that could have got the channel shut down. So I'm really leery about letting people on. It's just kind of, I don't know. VPXM says liberty is inside my heart, but socially it's just temporary agreements. Yeah. Yeah, it's just we need to be if we're going to keep liberty, we need to strongly advocate, because if you don't say it, it makes it easier for it to erode. You know what I mean? If you don't, you got to talk about it. You got to say it. You got to say, I gave the quote from Thomas Jefferson: "The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants." Every citizen of this country needs to understand that. You need to understand what our freedom costs. You got to understand that when you demonstrate that you're anti-liberty, you are spitting on the sacrifice of the men that died for that freedom. I mean, think about that. If you don't understand why it pisses me off so much, just think about that. People died for that liberty, and these people spit on it. Some people are just willing to give it away. Some people are willing to help take it away. We've got to get pissed. And we got to start coming at them. We got to go for the jugular. And Thomas Jefferson was goddamn right. None of these people today have fought for liberty. They don't know what it costs, and they need to be thrust into that situation. They need to go down on the battlefield. Many of them will have to. So that the ones that live beside them see and remember and know that it cost a lot. It does. After last year, I mean, people should be just seriously pissed off, and there's just not enough. It's not enough. There's people still buying the bullshit, and you gotta just refuse to comply if someone tries to make you wear a mask. They're trying to subjugate you. They're trying to put a collar around your neck. It don't do anything to protect you. Show the proof that it does. Show the proof that anything happened last year other than a bunch of fear-mongering. I've asked it numerous times. No one can actually prove to me that there is anything. We were told by the media and politicians that something was going on. But when you look at the all-cause death statistics, there is no increase that would be indicative of some new disease last year. It didn't happen. But everyone's buying it. Because they heard it over and over again on the screen. It's just like Daddy Adolf said in the 40s. You repeat a lie often enough, people believe it. And they repeated it over and over again on the news. So everyone believed that there was something going on. They sent some tests out to the doctors and said, this test will show a positive if they got it. And the doctors don't fucking know. They didn't create the test. It was given to them. They don't goddamn know. I need to not get off on that. I mentioned the carnivore advocate earlier, Frank Tufano. He took his camera and went down to the hospital to see if there was really a bunch of bullshit going on. And he went down there. He's like, there's just nothing going on here. They got these tents over here, and there's nobody in the goddamn tents. If you look at the media and they show lines going, there was one video I saw where somebody went to see if there was really a line going into this clinic for a test or something. It had to do with COVID, and he went down there, and there was like no one there. There was no line, and it turned out that it was the employees of the clinic that were in the line, staging the goddamn line. There was no damn line. Yeah, empty. There's so much that points to complete and total fraud last year. Everything was fraud last year. Everything. Americans should be pissed. And some are. But other ones are just eating the bullshit right off the news. The programming. It's called programming for a reason, because it's programming you to think a certain way. It's straight up crazy propaganda bullshit to take liberty away from the people. That's all it is. It's about power over us, using fear. They've gotten pretty good at it. scaring Americans into subjugation. You need to pay your taxes to fund the government to protect you from all these things. 20 years in Afghanistan. A country that we should have been able to bomb into oblivion in an afternoon without a single soldier setting foot there. But see, that wouldn't have served the purpose. They needed to make out like there was this big threat that was hard to fight. Oh, we can't find them there in caves. Bitch, step aside. You give me our military, I will have it done in a few hours. Drinking a beer. I don't even drink, but, you know, won't even have to put my beer down. Yep. They lie about everything, Mr. Lee. They just do. VPXM, financial gain only. We are all in the middle of testing grounds. Yeah. I mean, there was fear. I mean, you had to know. They showed pictures of dead people in the streets in other countries. I didn't see any dead people in the streets. The hospitals were empty. You know, there wasn't, you know, some people claim they saw it, but, you know, I don't know who this random asshole is on the internet. They don't have any actual video, so, you know, at least Frank had video. He had himself, and he's in his car, and he goes down there, and he's like, look, there's the, you know, he showed it. There was nothing happening. The tents were empty. New York. So what this constitutes is terrorism on the American people, on the people of all the countries in the world. Our governments and our media has committed domestic terrorist acts against our own people. They terrorized us with this information. It isn't bombs and shit, but they terrorized us with these lies. They drove people into their homes in fear, wearing masks. This is a form of terrorism, psychological terrorism, and they should all rot in jail for the rest of their lives for what they have done. PPXM, I actually checked my hospitals on this topic. More empty than usual, actually. Yeah. Yeah. I know a lot of people, they don't want to hear about this shit. They're probably tuned out if they're watching this on the replay. You know, they just can't, you know, it's too much. It's too crazy. It's just like that horrible event that took place in September of 2001. You know, a lot of people just can't process the idea that our own government would orchestrate an attack on our own country, blame it on these patsies over here, so they could justify a war in Afghanistan. Or, you know, but yeah. I know you are, Mr. Lee. I'm just thinking about how the replay is going to go. We've been on here freaking 4 hours, haven't we? I probably ought to wrap her up. I know I was talking about that earlier. Somebody got me stirred up. VPXM says it might be reversed this coming winter with their spiked protein crap boosters. Sick will get even sicker. Yeah. Look, all I can tell people is look, part of the problem is in the wintertime, you know, you get sick easier because flu and cold, stuff like that, it's always around. You get sick more, partly because you're not getting enough sunlight. You're just not outside. You're in these homes, and you're at your healthiest. You just not enough fresh air. It's just so many factors involved. But vitamin D is a pretty big issue. When you go outside, you're wearing clothes. You're not getting any sunlight. Wintertime it's just a bad time for your vitamin D production, right? So you just start popping the shit out some vitamin D in the wintertime. Take a shitload of vitamin C. You can't overdose on vitamin C. I think the most I took in one day was like 27 grams. It can't kill you. Might one of these days kind of talk about why that is and what's going on with the vitamin C thing. You could take way more than 27 grams. And the problem is when you take it orally, it doesn't absorb. Your system's just not made to absorb it that way. But if you take it intravenously, or if you get liposomal, which does absorb taken orally, liposomal vitamin C, and you can take a massive amount, and then your body will have that as a resource to fight a lot of shit off. There's been some people say they've been able to just flat out cure cancer with just extremely high doses of vitamin C. Not making them, not a doctor, blah blah blah. Gotta fucking say that. Just do your own research. You'll see. You'll start to figure out there's something up with that. You could administer extremely high doses of vitamin C intravenously, but it's just easier to get liposomal, but it's costly. Or learn to make your own. I keep what I need on board for the most part to make a crude version of liposomal vitamin C, just in case I ever get really sick and I it looks like I need some, that I need that. Mr. Lee, I've never been so healthy. Ben, take loads of supplements. Yeah, some of them you got to be careful with because you can overdose on certain things, but like you don't want to overdose on vitamin D, but you want to make sure you got enough. It's hard to know if you're you're deficient or not, but more than likely, in the wintertime, you're deficient, and that's going to make it easier for you to get sick. So go ahead and take some vitamin D in the winter time for sure, and get some sunlight in the summer months. And but see, they told everybody to hide in their houses, right? So in a time when people are supposedly at risk of getting some plague, they told people to go inside, and so they're getting less sunlight than they would normally, so they're going to experience a little more of a vitamin D deficiency than they're accustomed to, which means they're more likely to get sick. So some people probably because some small percentage of people that get sick are going to just die. There's the flu kills hundreds of thousands of people every year. Sometimes people just fucking die. Their immune system's too depressed. Well, that winter, they told everyone to go outside. They experienced a little bit more vitamin D deficiency than they're accustomed to. So it probably was enough to kill a few people. I can't really speculate as to exactly how many, but I'm pretty sure that the recommendations they gave people to take cover and hide in their houses and not getting outside probably killed some people. Not from the beer bug, but just from other stuff, normal stuff. But because they were getting a greater vitamin D deficiency than they were used to enduring, that probably killed some people. BPXM says sunlight good for skin and vitamin D. Stay inside, wear a mask and other stuff. Totally not good for health. Exactly. Exactly. I take 2,000 milligrams of vitamin C a day. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I mean, most people aren't taking any. Um, some might take a 1,000 milligram tablet. I think the recommendation is way below 1,000 milligrams. Um, like I said, I took one day. If you're putting it in milligrams, it would have been 27,000 milligrams. And I just said there was no ill effects. So I was just, trying to dose as high as I could. And it can't, our systems are made to handle way higher amounts than that. But, there's a reason why we don't have it anymore. And defective gene thing. And anyway, I don't want to get into all that necessarily right now. VPXM says, Mr. Lee 3PO, you can always take maximum. Your body can absorb only so much. Rest goes out. Yeah, that's the problem with most of the vitamin C on the shelf. Because our system is actually designed to produce vitamin C, but it just can't anymore because of a defective gene present in all the great apes. We don't really have the ability to absorb high. We don't have the ability. We're just not made to absorb it that way in high quantities. We can only absorb so much. So you're going to have diminishing returns. You might get a little bit more when you take more, but every additional gram you take is going to be less of it's going to be absorbed. Until at some point, it's just like it's probably useless to take 27,000 grams. But I did one day just as a proof of concept that, because people around me were like telling me, "You're crazy, this stuff." Oh, I'm like, no, look, this is vitamin C. You don't know shit about human physiology, and you're sitting here telling me this is going to kill me. Hold my beer. I know for a fact it will not kill me. I will show you. And I took like a 500 milligram tablet every 30 minutes. Until I got up to like 27,000. I just got tired of swallowing pills. But the fact is, most of that just went through my system, because it doesn't absorb. BPXM, I have liver problems, so my liver doesn't absorb vitamins and minerals properly. And initially, you might want to look into liposomal. You can order that stuff, and it absorbs. It absorbs extremely well when the vitamin C is in liposomes, microscopic liposomes. Liposome is like a cell. It's made out of the same stuff as your cell wall, so that's why it can go into your cell so easy. It's the same molecules basically. It's just not as complex. It's like a simple cell wall. It's microscopic. So I've been trying to actively leave out the word encapsulation because I've had people ask me, "Oh, are you talking about those capsules at the store?" No. This is talking about a microscopic liposome is a hollow sphere structure, and it's made of the same materials as cell wall. So it's like a tiny simple cell. And when it forms in the solution, it forms around the vitamin C that's in there with it in the solution, thus encapsulating it. And those liposomes can go through the cell wall and absorb. So you might want to look into liposomal encapsulated vitamin C. It's just, you got to kind of make sure you got a good source, and it isn't, it's just like with all supplements. A lot of times they ain't putting in there what they say they're putting in there, and quality. You got to make sure you're getting a quality product, and your doctor prescribes most of your vitamins. Sorry to hear that. I'm sure you got a handle on amounts. Yeah, I've been forced to educate myself on the matter. Okay. Well, We've been on here forever. So I'm going to go ahead and roll out, and I'll see you guys the next time, or sometime, or see you around, or on someone else's show, or wherever. So you guys have a good night, and stay safe and all that stuff. And be free.